If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Ooh, it must be Tuesday. How you is, how you are. Good morning. This is Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport Studios with the sidekick extraordinaire, Dre, but also Jimmy Mack, the head of the ship, the captain. He's here.
Now you call me the head of the ship right when the whole thing's just sprung a leak and the wheels have come off. We're still rolling.
Hey, I've been saying it for a while, just in different point of view.
Good to see you, Andre Thibodeau.
Hello, sir.
Both of Louisiana and of Mississippi. It's good to have you here. It was a foggy ride over, was it not?
Just a little bit, my friend. I feel like the only other person besides yourself, well, you being in the city limits, is old Jerry Bowers because, dude, coming over here, 80% of the time was fog, and then that nice little looking into New Orleans, it broke.
Foggy. This morning in the city of New Orleans across City Park, which is what I drove across, I decided to take the long way in, not the long way home, but the long way in. Came across City Park, and it was foggy. Foggy. By the way, a term popularized by our good friend Lindsay Lawler, who we're thinking about and sending our best wishes to as we plan on what we're going to do next around here. Don't forget, guys, as I said yesterday, we're going to have 2 more weeks of, actually less than 2 weeks now of live programming. One more Nemo Nation coming your way on Monday, and not this Friday, but the following Friday will be the last edition of Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com. It's going to be a lot of changes after that. We're going to try to set things up properly next week to play a bunch of evergreen content for a little bit while we figure out what our next move is around here. After promising himself in 2024 that he would retire and then doing the same thing in 2025, well, the world got in the way. The world can't get in the way anymore. Dave Nemo has plenty of great life inside of him. If you head over to my Facebook page, you can see a picture of him with his wife and my mom and my dad, all with a big smile. If you haven't gone over there, go over there now to my profile, Jimmy Mack, and just hit that big like button over there. They were very happy yesterday. It was just a discussion of how they sunset the company, how any either debts or assets are transferred over to anything new that might exist, and that Dave and Cheryl get to enjoy that retirement that they have been so looking forward to. For the next half hour or so before Kevin Lindsay arrives on the scene, we got a couple already in here. I'll make a deal with you. As long as it isn't about national politics, you can ask me an opinion about anything in the trucking industry, anything that I'm never hesitant to say what I feel, but anything you want to know about this world that we live in, this supply chain existence that you guys drive through, you're the center of it all, by the way. One of the things I'll talk about in just a little bit here after the phone calls is there's a word that I really love, and I won't use it yet, but I'll be using it probably at the 8 o'clock hour in the center, 9 o'clock in the east. We're going to go all the way to 11. By the way, Dre, the Gray Man is coming. Author Mark Graney is going to be here, the man who gave us the character of Cortland. Cortland is going to be, the creative Cortland is going to be here. The Gray Man is coming. We should probably reach out to Kentucky Flatbed and let him know that the Gray Man is going to be here. Maybe I'll take care of that in a little bit. 615-292-6366.
He said that number, 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call. We got 3 right now.
We start with Jerry Bowers, a fellow Louisianian. What's going on, my brother?
Driver.
Good morning, and Whoppin' Soccer.
Whoppin' Soccer.
What'd you
I haven't
call
thought
me?
about Whoppin' Soccer in forever, man. Whoppin' Soccer. Whoppin' Soccer.
Your mother.
No, Whoppin' Soccer's a good thing.
Oh, okay. All right, just
Whoppin'
making
Soccer's
sure.
a good thing. It's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
That goes back to Road Gang.
Yeah.
That goes back to the old Weekend 34. Dave Nemo Weekends Day. The Whoppin' Soccer goes back to Claire Marie, man.
Oh, man, that's before my time.
Whoppin' Soccer. What's happening, brother?
Yeah, that was you had 2 Dave Nemo coffee cups available. I remember I was at Gats, and you put it out. It's like, all right, first 2 people that show up with code word Whoppin' Soccer get the coffee cups. Well, we're waiting to get into the booth, into the area, and I meet up with Preacher
Nice.
and met him, and then he got let in first, and I'm like, hey, go up to the booth and tell him Whoppin' Soccer. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, just say Whoppin' Soccer, and you'll get a coffee cup. There's 2 cups. And so he got one, and I got the last one. And,
Was it the tan Dave Nemo mug and the thermos?
No, it was the white, like, ceramic coffee cup with
Yeah.
Dave Nemo's signature on it.
Oh, that's a nice one.
And
Yeah.
so I got that in my pin also. So
Those pins are going to be worth
definitely
something,
holding on
dude.
to those.
Those pins are going to be worth
man.
something, man. We're gonna make sure those pins are represented everywhere, because man, it's like, I still think it is the best. I haven't done a lot of good stuff around here, but I think the pins are the best thing I've ever come up with. I'm really proud of those pins. I'm proud of how much people like them. I'm proud of how people have worn them, like you and our friend the Paranormal Pie Man. Everybody that's got one. I got one with Marshall's name on it, which is really cool as well. If you guys, especially the core audience who are listening right now, if you haven't gotten a pin and you're one of our core, please let us know. We'll make something. We'll make something happen. How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I recently celebrated my 60th, and as a gift to myself and my sanity, I got totally off of Facebook.
Nice.
I'm done.
Yeah, it's about. I think everybody has hit a peak, what I call rage point, and it's interesting too because you can bet your bottom dollar. Yesterday, I'm not kidding, Jerry. Yesterday, I got phone calls from people who were like, "Well, if we'd only known, we'd have helped." And I'm like, "Dude, you think I didn't ask you?" And the other thing was, I got a couple of people who actually didn't know who finally came through, and I'm like, "Hey, man, I got some bad news for you. It's too late." And they're like, "Really?" I'm like,
Man.
"Don't worry about it, dude." I'm like, "Really don't." It's like this has gotten so hard. I won't lie to you, brother. This has gotten so hard. And, and it's time to start something new, what that looks like. And I've had plans to do other things. Some of them involve like really talking to you guys. Some of them involve like just more entertainment stuff too. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's plenty of places to get trucking news. There's not plenty of places to get community. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to continue to focus on that to talk about how we can create a community of people who actually and to have a show that I really actually believe is getting harder and harder to do, one that is driver centric. I think things are so driven by a word I will use later on in the show. I'll use it now, but I'll explain it later, which is enshittification. Do you know the word?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I can explain. Actually, I'm gonna explain it to him, Dre. I think I'm gonna explain this to him in that way. I think when you hear it, dude, it's the gradual shift from value to customers and towards business to business and the advertisers, and then eventually, what happens is it becomes an extraction of everybody. And the kind of way I describe it is, this place is great. Wait a minute, there are a lot of ads here all of a sudden. Man, this place sucks. Hey, where did everybody go? Did they do that on purpose? And I keep thinking about like the idea of like what Prime Video was like when it first started and you bought your membership and you didn't have any commercials. Now you got commercials.
Yep.
And the idea that how much of Facebook has now turned into one giant ad. How many things of your favorite platforms have become ad after ad after ad? And you can't seem to see what's going on unless, of course, it's somebody that pisses you off and then you can't help but notice them. That's enshittification,
Right?
Where you basically you basically turn something that was fun into an extraction of people's money. You turn the whole world into the floor of a casino where you have people pulling levers to get a dopamine rush with gradually reducing results, and it's getting tougher and tougher, I think, to create stuff like that in this sphere. And I often wonder, because at the end of the day, truckers' interests in regards to what they like to listen to music-wise are different. Where they fall on the political spectrum is different. So what is there to offer in regards to trucking radio? There's news and information. That's important. But I think ultimately it's what you guys did over here on the chat. I really think it's about making a community. I really believe that. And that's what I think Dave always did. I think Dave created a community, and I think he's ready to step aside. He's really ready. He's ready, Jerry. I mean, it's time. And I think he's ready because he's still in a good place and wants to go have fun with Cheryl. I think that's the biggest thing for him. So that's what's going on. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, he's put in all that time and effort and work and built this huge thing, and so yeah, he definitely deserves his time, but it just it sucks because he's a huge asset. I feel that he's a huge asset to the industry where, like you said, builds a community. He was the first person I heard, said you can either be a steering wheel holder or a stakeholder, and by investing your time and knowledge, and just taking everything serious, taking this job serious, this career serious. Yeah. And, he's going to be missed.
Yeah, he is going to be missed. And the other thing is the fact that, like I made the joke yesterday, it's not so much a matter of us being done with trucking, but the last couple of months have kind of proved to us that trucking is kind of done with us. And that's a shame, because I will tell you this right now, while maintaining a good spirit and not being bitter about a thing, I think he is much abused. I think a lot of people took advantage for a long time, and we're finally seeing the end result of that. That's okay. It's all good. We'll figure out something else, and we'll create something fun and joyful, and we'll see where the road takes us. I got other phone calls to get to, my friend, but we'll see each other sooner than that, okay?
All right. Take care.
Thank you, Jerry. Always good talking to him. Chowder is giving us a call as well. We'll drop him in and see what the world has taken us.
Hello, buddy.
Morning, buddy. Morning, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning, my coffee delivering friend.
Terrapin. Morning, Turtle. Morning, Madison with a T. Claire Marine, Dave, Cheryl, everybody in the world of radio, road gang, rebellious rebels of the freeways and super slabs. So, just called in because I was thinking this was the last ever type thing, and wanted to tell everybody it was great making friends, family, enemies, adversaries. It takes good and bad to make the world go around, to have good conversation, and by far, Chowder had some great conversations. He even told me the other day that he's going to miss hearing a lot of people. But that's all right, because there's a lot of people that know Chowder, and if you want to get Chowder's number, you go right ahead and give Chowder a call anytime you want. If he's awake, he'll answer. Just a little third person going off, just for the heck of it, for old time's sake. I got one of those lovely Dave Nemo pins, and I'll tell you how important it is. Dre saw it. It's the only thing not military related to me that's on my military leather vest.
Damn right.
That's how important it is. It's worthy enough to be on an exclusively military patch jacket. So
we're honored, buddy.
Dave, if you're listening, which I know you probably are or will be on the replay that you can catch on this platform anytime you want.
He's probably listening right now.
That's right. I appreciate all you've done for Chowder, our conversations, our history talks, our national holiday discussions, our adversarial conversations at times. It's all been enlightening. You're a worthy advocate for the trucking industry. You'll be greatly missed, and there'll be nobody to replace what you did. Enjoy your time with your lovely wife.
By the way, did you get a chance to see the picture I posted of him and my mom and dad?
I did.
Yeah, they look.
I believe I commented a great picture or something.
Yeah, I think you did too. Great. By the way, could you see the relief in all of their faces? Could you see it? I mean, I was so happy to have that conversation yesterday. Just nice.
Right, and I hope I don't drop off this hill going to Bridgeport, Nebraska, with some big old totes of yeast to make biofuel. But we all have to remember that our time on this place, this rock, this granite, this jungle, is only limited by the amount of time we're given that we don't know. It's never infinite, so let's remember those who gave us those great memories. With that, I bid you adieu. Have a good day. Talk to you guys whenever. Love you all. Can't do nothing about it.
Can't do a thing about it. And speaking of that fine gentleman, we'll be hearing from him in just uno momento. We got a little bit of a pledge, a national anthem, and a bracing cup of Java from Pastor John. 2 phone calls after that. We'll be jumping in with there. And then, of course, Kevin Lindsay is going to join us for one of the final editions of Maintenance Matters. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. We'll be back after Dre and I take a deep breath through the nostrils and then exhale through the mouth of Reno.
Oh, I swallowed a booger.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Well, good morning. Hebrews 12:14 says, make every effort to live in peace with everyone and to be holy. Without holiness, no one will see the Lord. So then what you're saying, author of Hebrews, you're telling me not only do you want me to live in peace, but you want me to live right as well. And putting a lot on me right there, Arthur, because you just told me live at peace with everyone, but then you turn around and also for me to be holy. So my challenge to you today, people of God, is if it's all possible, live in such a way that God can use you. That's my word for you today. If at all possible, make yourself available. Make yourself an instrument of availability so that God can use you. Why? Because God wants to use you for his divine glory. So hang in there and trust God.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Ooh, amen. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
Availability. We're going to put a lot on you with Kevin Lindsay coming up here, Dr. Holly Lucille, Mark Graney, of course, the Gray Man, Justin Hanlon, going to be talking about Dungeons and Dragons. Come on, man. What kind of show does this where we talk about getting under the hood and actually rolling those 20-sided dice as well? And then Sean and Jason Mendelson are going to be talking about more Peanuts music, a little bit of Vince Guaraldi music, and they got a great new vinyl that actually is not shaped circular. For those of you who grew up in the 70s, you all have memories of those albums that had those funky shapes. Well, they got a funky shaped record they're going to be talking about at the end of this here show. We got 3 phone calls to get to. We'll get to them in short order here. Who do I got first?
Oh, man, let's start it off with Mark. Hello, Mark.
We're going to give Mark a big thank you, by the way, for dropping a 20 spot on us. Thank you, Mark. Good to have you. How you doing? Hey, Mark. Mark.
Hello, I'm here. I was letting you guys talk first. Like, geez.
Don't yell at me, all right? I will
I'm
cry.
I'm not yelling at you, sir.
I'm yelling at
Why
you.
would I yell at you?
I've done that since I was a child, man. My mom always talked in a certain tone, and she'd just be like, honey, can you take the trash out? And I was like, Pam, I will if you don't stop yelling at me.
Stop yelling at me.
Okay?
Why are you yelling at me? Why are you raising your voice?
What's up, Mark?
What's happening, Mark? Mark.
Bittersweet, but, can't believe it's only been 8 months, or 9 months. It seems like it's been a lot longer than that.
It's been momentous. I'll tell you that, brother. It's been momentous. I will tell you, I'm airing my grievances today. At the end, my favorite thing was somebody came to me and said, well, let me tell you what you should do in regards to programming. What you need, and I said, you need to be quiet right now. I don't have a programming problem. I got great listeners. I got great guests. It's a great time. Go away. I actually told somebody to go away. Told them don't talk to me again.
Yeah, it's guys already know what to do, how to do everything. It's just the not necessarily financial problems, but it's just trying to get everywhere and to everybody, and you just have people that don't follow. They don't like change. They don't like the ease of certain ways that they could have gotten the programming. But there's nothing wrong with how to get what you guys have been doing for the last while. Yeah, it's like I caught a snippet on Facebook last night going to bed, and I'm going, what? So I started listening to yesterday's show before this one started, and
it was a fun show, wasn't
yeah,
it? That was a fast show, man. It was like we had 13 guests yesterday. Boom, 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 and then done. I mean, Nemo Nation is.
I only got through the first half hour so far of yesterday's show, so I still have to go back to finish listening to it.
Attaboy.
But, I figured I'd jump on first thing this morning and thank you and everybody there for everything you guys have done for us, and wishing all the best in everybody's future endeavors, whether it be to retire, other opportunities, and looking forward to what some of you may still continue after.
Man, thank you, brother.
Yeah,
afterwards.
and I really appreciate that. And like I said, who knows what evil lurks in the hearts and minds? I'm sorry, that's the shadow. Who knows what's coming next for us? That's the thing, too. I mean, we've got some plans. Some people have separate plans. Some people have plans together. But really, at the end of the day, the thing is the fact that, when Dave and I talked, and he had really stuck around for a very long time, and I finally said, man, and I wasn't angry. It wasn't like, you got to go, dude. I'm like, dude, it's time to go have some fun. It's time not to worry about any of this stuff. Let's just put this to bed.
Yep.
And, and that way you're not putting yourself to bed. I don't want him dropping dead behind a microphone, and that's not going to happen now.
No.
I don't want that.
None of us want that.
Nobody wants that, by the way. Nobody wants to. Nobody ever went, well, he died behind the wheel of his truck. That's not cool. That's not cool.
No, it's not.
It's not cool, and that's what we're going to do. I got 2 more phone calls to get to, Mark. I love you. There's nothing you can do about it. I appreciate the call and the thoughts. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Catch y'all later, everybody. Have a safe one.
Mark, highly appreciate
Bye,
you, brother. Take care,
Highly
my
appreciate
friend.
you.
Thank you, sir.
What do we got next, Ray?
Oh, man. Well, I put in PP, man, but he's far from that. That's Paranormal Pie Man.
Yo.
What he said.
Yo, yo, yo.
Guy Vera.
He has a voice. The Paranormal Pie Man speaketh.
He's not someone we made up in our mind.
Not just chatteth. It's not Dre and I typing away stuff on a separate profile. What's going on, Paranormal Pie Man?
This is a paid contract.
I'm just driving away, going to Fargo, North Dakota today.
Fargo. How's the weather up there, man?
Whew.
What you wearing?
Yeah. That's my line.
I'm still in Wisconsin. It's 34 degrees, and it's perfect.
That's not bad. I got to tell you, we're going to get, after the fog this morning, we're going to get some sunshine. It's going to be a glorious, gorgeous day here in the Treme in the city of New Orleans. This is like the last quiet day before Mardi Gras really kicks in. They usually use the Monday and Tuesday before. There are a few parades, but it's like this big breath of quiet. And then starting tomorrow, there's a parade called Babylon, and from that point on, it really kicks into high gear. So this is the deep breath before the plunge, as it were. So we're gonna bracing up and getting ready for it, dude. I can't thank you enough, man. You have been one of the great joys over in that chat. Have really brought us a lot of happiness. The pictures of your hat with the pin on it have always been awesome, and I mean that from the bottom of it. There's a lot of people I could tell this to as well, as you know, because you've made friends with a lot of them. But thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Hey, it's not a problem. I feel like I've gained a lot of friendships through this last 8 months with the chat, and it's flipping awesome.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And we're going to try to figure out something, and I really appreciate the Discord, too. Explain to people what that is, by the way. I know what it is, but explain to people what you've done. This is a really cool idea. I don't know if Dre's heard this yet, either.
Hit me with it.
Well, basically, Discord is it's an online chat. You can either chat via typing or go into the voice chat, use your headset or whatnot, and actually chat with people. And it was intended for gamers, but anyone can use it. It's pretty simple to use once you get the hang of it. That's about it.
Yeah, it's really cool. And if you wouldn't mind, when you get back, when you get off the phone with us, of reposting where people can find it, any chance you get, really post that, because it does make a big difference for people when they figure out this stuff. And anytime we can teach old dogs new tricks, and that's really been kind of the joyful thing about what's happened here too. There are a lot of people who really broke some old habits to kind of take the ride with us, which I think is really awesome. So if you want to repost that when you get back in there, that would be cool Magoo, to say the least. We by the way, this is kind of interesting. You know, I don't know if you remember this, the Weird Heroes of Public Access, when we had the Reverend Joey Royale. Do you remember that guy?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
I only bring him up because that's how I've stayed in touch with him. He's got this really great Discord room, and people don't realize that if you actually get the hang of Discord, it can be a lot of fun. Don't be surprised if I just kind of hang out there and just say, yo. But I really appreciate you, man. We just, like I said, we think the world of you over here, and you made a big difference, and you really brought and Dre and I really enjoyed doing the yo together. Let me get out of here to get to my last phone call before Kevin Lindsay gets here. But brother, thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Yep, thanks for the 8 months of entertainment, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Yes, we will. We will flip sides, by the way. Don't forget that we still got 2 weeks, Dre, of some really great programming coming your way, including some really great musical guests. Mm-hmm. One more guest for one more moment. Let's bring in 3.5, shall we?
Come on, buddy.
Hey, man.
Good morning, there, gang.
Good morning.
Yeah, I love that voice.
Good morning.
There ought to be a Merle Haggard thing in there somewhere about not necessarily dying along the highway like an old Highline pole. If you know that song.
I do, and there ought to be. There ought to be.
Yeah. I'm just really tickled for the retirement. To go out on a high note, to go out the way you want, not be forced out, not be sicked out, and not be dead out, Mm-hmm. I look forward to wearing my Nemo hat at the ATHS conventions and local gatherings and talking about him, because he was a friend for 40-some years.
He really was.
And hopefully we'll see him in the future at some point in time at one party or another.
Yeah, like I said, and I'm gonna be really honest with you. I can't speak for him. One of the few places I would not be surprised to see him is anything involving the ATHS. It's one of the few places. I won't. I've been very honest about this. Dave's been much more gracious than I am. But then again, Dave is a much more gentle soul than I am, as you probably have figured out. But I can tell you, rather than focusing on those who have done us wrong, I will tell you that the ATHS over the last couple of months has, how should we say, acquitted themselves wonderfully. Has been as good of a friend to us as they possibly can be. So I can say that without reservation. Mm-hmm. And we're going to focus on that in the last couple of weeks. 3.5.
It is a good outfit.
It's a good outfit. And I'm telling you, the generosity and decency of what they've done over the last couple of weeks has been very moving. I cannot say the same for other people who call themselves our friends, but I can make a claim without reservation that Marty Klom and all of the folks over there are just stand-up human beings. But you know that because you're one of them.
I am a lifetime member. Yeah. And look forward to each and every gathering, whether it be local or national.
Yeah. It is good to have you. We got to take a break and get Kevin Lindsay in here.
You bet you, buddy.
3.5. And by the way, I'm also glad that you are among the land of the living. I'm glad that you're here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care, brother. Thank you.
We actually got a chance. Highway to Health we're going to have this morning, and it's going to be about basically taking care of all those sniffles and sickness this time of year. But I'm just so glad that 3.5 is a great reminder to all of you guys. Get your shit checked out. Get it checked out, man.
Just like this guy.
That kid got it checked out. He's got powerful lungs, man. The plump tuba player continues here. Today is National All the News That Is Fit to Print Day. What does that really mean? Upper corner, left ear of the New York Times masthead.
Speaking of powerful, Kevin Lindsay's coming.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey guys, the phone lines will reopen for real. You can call during Kevin Lindsay's spot. We don't even got to stay on topic. We're just going to open it up to all kinds of conversations over the course of the next hour or so. Please drop in. Our good friend Showtime is there morning. He's actually on home time over there in Concord. Good to have you over in North Carolina. Our good friend Tim says, that he got a chance to interview us, Dave and I. And Tim, it was really fun. I really enjoyed our time on Truckers' Voices. Trucker Bosun says we're like the old Wild West cowboys. We don't want to die with our boots on. Joe J, it's good to see you out there. Forrest Vaughn as well. Lots of other groovy people, including our friend Mark. We'll get to all the comments in the chat, but we're going to pivot right here, get a little bit of intercessional music, and then bring on our next guest who you all know so well. You guys know Kevin Lindsay. He's actually listening to the show as we roll on down. It's good to have you back, as always. It's another edition of Maintenance Matters. Our friends at Travel Centers of America. Kevin essentially runs the maintenance over there for that. He keeps you between the white lines, out of the ditches, and on the road, moving forward to continued success and turning and earning and making that money and doing all that kind of great stuff. Kevin, when did you first meet Dave Nemo? Do you remember?
About 8 years ago, something like that. I know it wasn't long after I started with TA. I had heard of Dave and had listened to his show on and off, years ago on previous channels or whatever. But yes, and I'd always enjoyed it because that's one thing I used to do, even before I worked for TA. I've been in this industry for a long time, and anytime I was traveling, especially by myself, a lot of times I would tune in to the old radio shows and stuff. Just I don't know. I've always felt the connection and the kinship to truckers and to trucking. Kind of. Not that it was ever really my background growing up or anything, but I'm one of those guys. When I was young, I grew up listening to AM radio at night, falling asleep to disc jockeys out of Chicago and St. Louis, back in the day when an AM radio wave could be picked up for hundreds of miles.
Yeah, I think about that too. I think about, as a kid, I remember laying in bed and you turn on the radio. It was really funny because when we were growing, if you slept at my grandparents' house when my grandpa was out of town, my grandmother would put on the soft listening stuff at night, which of course would keep us awake. But if you could put on some guy out there playing a couple of groovy tunes and just kind of talking and telling stories and keeping you awake, you couldn't stay awake. And you were fighting to stay awake, but you couldn't do it. And I just remember all those old AM radio stations. I mean, it was like catch as catch can. It was the public access of its day, man. It was.
Oh, it was.
It was like, I mean, you would get all kinds of crazy stuff out there. I mean, just nutso stuff. The other thing is, I realized in regards to, when Dave makes the move from a music format to actually a talk format, he really, I don't know if you know the story about this, but he had to make a pretty on-the-fly adjustment. And one of the things that he and my wife did was they sat down with flashcards and laid them out all over the floor to figure out all the different topics of stuff they could talk about. And they're like going, it can't just be grievance, it can't just be complaint, and it can't just be, where the best places to eat are. And they sat down and thought about every single thing that was important to truck drivers for doing their job and everything that was like fun for truck drivers that didn't involve playing music. And they laid out a 4-hour show by flashcards. And they would move it around too to kind of figure out where the best places to create variety were. And I mean, at the center of all of it was kind of taking care of your truck, was getting people on the air who could talk about taking care of your truck in a way that was personable, accessible, made sense, but didn't dumb the material down, which, by the way, as you know, is not the easiest thing in the world, is it?
No. Right. It's not. It's it's difficult when you got a certain, not necessarily knowledge, maybe experience is a better way of saying that. When you've got all this experience and you're trying to explain things or trying to put things in perspective for people that may not necessarily, and a lot of times aren't quite there, right? So it is really hard to put into perspective and to get out there. And I think it takes a special, a special talent to be able to try to do that,
Well, what you're fighting against, and you'll get this, by the way. I always tell people when you're trying to explain something technical to somebody who just wants the damn thing to work, and you're trying to explain why it doesn't work and how you're going to get it to work, you've got to figure out a way to do it to prevent what I call the glaze. And when I explain what the glaze is, you'll know exactly what it is. It's when somebody's looking at you and they're pretending to listen and then their eyes glaze over. So they know enough about being polite to keep looking at the bridge of your nose because they're really not looking in your eyes because they've totally checked out and started thinking about what they're going to have for lunch. But
the glaze comes after the deer in the headlight. Right?
The stick, what is it? It's the deer in the headlight followed by the sticker shock and then the explanation for why they're getting the sticker shock is the glaze. Like, oh my God. I don't really care what you're saying. Just fix my damn thing. But you're like, no, you have to understand that. And I wanted to ask you kind of an existential question. Don't worry, it's not as that's not as deep as it sounds. But the idea that, can you kind of explain to our listeners, many of whom know this, and I'd love to hear their opinions both on the chat and they can call us too. Even if you're not able to get under the hood yourself, why it's so important as an owner-operator, as a fleet driver, as anyone behind the wheel of a truck, why it's so important to actually understand maintenance, to understand, in the same way we tell people you need to be more proactive with your doctor, ask questions, explain what's going on, ask for explanations about why you're hearing and seeing certain things, why you think it's so important for people who make their living as truck drivers to really understand trucking in regards to the equipment enough to have a coherent conversation with your maintenance provider?
Well, first of all, because that's your livelihood, right? That is the source of income, is that piece of equipment, right? So getting that and putting that into perspective and truly understanding that, I think can play a major role in the acceptance of, hey, I need to understand how this piece of equipment operates, and because even though as a driver, owner, operator, or whatever, you spend so much of that time behind that wheel in that truck, and I know in today's world, it's, with the new laws and everything, it's not like it was in the old days, because I've known drivers over the years that they literally lived in their truck, because that's how they made their money, and you do that for 15, 20 years, and suddenly, you retire, you're done. You come off of that road because, there's so much out there. But you've got to really understand that piece of equipment to really understand, to really be able to properly not just maintain it, but to keep it going. It'd be kind of like owning a home and not understanding that, hey, I turned the water faucet on and nothing's coming out, but I hear water running, and how does the water get there? I mean, and suddenly water comes through the ceiling because you're in a 2-story home and there's water running down everywhere because you've got busted pipes. Oh, that's because it was 0 degrees last night. And, things like that. You kind of got to understand, a little bit about things that you can do that can affect that piece of equipment, So in order to do that, you really have to kind of understand how it works. You don't have to know all the little minute details and everything, but just really understanding how it works. I've told a lot of drivers and fleet people in different training classes I've done and developed over the years that your best friend, you get a new model truck that you've never had, a different make or something like that. Take that owner's manual, that operator's manual, glance through it. There's some different things in there. It's going to tell you about that. If your company drivers may not know about, if you're an owner operator and you buy a new piece of equipment, glance through that thing. Sure, there's going to be certain things, no matter what make or model truck it is, it's going to be the same, but there's going to be some nuances to every single OEM out there, so kind of learn those, learn the advantages that they designed into it, right? So.
Two things. First of all, in regards to the house analogy, I was shocked when I first started doing weatherization and insulation. I was horrified, is the best way to describe it, of the number of people who don't understand what a thermostat is. The number of people who thought that when you put something on 62, it meant the air blew at 62 degrees, and when you put it up to 72, it meant that the air blew at 72 degrees. I'm not kidding. The number of people who are like, no, you got to put it at 90. I'm like, no, you don't. For the heat, no, you don't. No, put it at 90. No, you don't. And the number of people who didn't understand that a thermostat is a device that reads the temperature of your house. And shuts off
typically where that thermostat's located in the house too.
Oh my God! Or people who didn't understand, why are you adding an attic tent? I don't know if you know this, but there's a tent that you can put on top of an attic. So when you pull the attic down, you put the tent on top. So then when it closes up, it seals up the attic, which is why you'll often walk into a hallway and have it feel radically different from the temperature in the rest of the house. And then you realize that all of the air is being sucked through the attic. So the house never cools off, but it did cool off, except in the hallway because you have an attic tent. It's crazy. The number of people don't understand that kind of stuff. And the same thing applies to cars. Oh, I'm fine. My oil light isn't on. Or my favorite is, I said there's a really great funny meme of a guy in a car with a big smile on his face. And the caption says, that moment when you hit a bump and your AC and your radio kick back on and the check engine light goes off. And the number of people who were like, oh, thank God we're in pretty good shape here. We're gonna be okay. But the owner's manual I didn't want to talk to you about as well too, because one of the things that we don't give ourselves permission to do with anything, and I get on everybody's case about this. If you get a new computer, if you get a new television, if you get a new truck, take the damn owner's manual out, sit inside of the cab, and go through all that stuff. And just look at it and play around with it for a little bit. I'm always kind of stunned of people I've worked with over the course of my life who don't experiment with the equipment, who don't try different stuff. I don't know if you know this about the famous filmmaker Buster Keaton. when he first started acting, he asked Max Sennett if he could take home a camera, and Sennett said, okay, this is back when Hollywood really is making it up as they go along.
Yeah.
Sennett comes over to his house, and Keaton has taken apart the entire camera. He's taken the whole thing apart, and Sennett's like, we've only got 3 of those. What have you done? He goes, calm down, I'll put it back together. And the next day, he put it back together and increased the speed on it. And and it's one of those things we don't, and people shouldn't do that with a new Volvo, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
but you get my idea that people should really kind of learn to play around. Okay, so I do want to actually get to what we were talking about fuel systems before, especially in cold weather. I do want to talk about electric lift pumps, low pressure fuel pumps, high pressure fuel pumps. I do want to touch on this a little bit here today to give you some time to kind of breathe into that. But can you kind of give us examples with this conversation that we've been having, how we can actually take a little bit of extra time to really figure out how this stuff works so we can be better at helping our maintenance provider in what might have gone wrong or prevent it from ever getting to that point?
Well, one probably from a technical standpoint, and from my background as a technician over the years, different things, mechanic, whatever you want to call me, I would say this: anytime that you take your truck to anywhere for maintenance, understand what things you have done to it. If you've added diesel fuel conditioner, different things like this. Well, first of all, let me back up one little frame here, because I want to remind everyone: anytime you do take your truck in anywhere for a service, or you're doing it yourself, if fuel filters are one of the things you're going to change, make sure on these newer trucks that you have more than a quarter of a tank of fuel, because it can really start causing problems just from changing a filter by inducing air into the system. It may not get bled back out properly without enough fuel circulation. So, keep that in mind. I know I mentioned that last week, but just keep that in mind as I'm kind of talking through this. But if you've added any types of fuel conditioner, different things like that, anti-gel stuff, those things can make a difference, to a maintenance provider. So keep that in mind. Always be upfront about that stuff. Even though the engine manufacturer may not recommend this, or they only recommend this particular brand sometimes, and you got to remember, a lot of that has to do with marketing contracts and stuff. With different manufacturers, they'll have contracts for parts contracts for certain companies, for certain filters, for certain, anything like that, and it may actually say that it'll, could affect the warranty, and quite honestly, it can, because they state those things. Having worked for a manufacturer at one time in my career, that's one of those things. Unfortunately, I've had to explain a few too many times in my career. That, hey, this is why it states, to use this particular product, like if something says in an owner's manual from an original equipment manufacturer, if it says, spray the door hinges with WD-40, if you use anything other than WD-40, technically it can void the warranty, but it don't mean it's not going to work, right? And it don't mean it's not going to take care of it. It's better than nothing, than just ignoring those types of things. But the only reason they'll say, when they do say something like that, it's because that's what it was tested with, if that makes sense. And, kind of keep those types of things in mind.
No, it makes perfect sense.
Well, I think I went too far off from talking about fuel filters.
No, but that's what we're supposed to do. I mean, that's the whole thing about this, is the fact that the idea of this, there are times when we're going to focus on things in particular, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's exactly the conversations. And by the way, I'm not criticizing the people listening right now. The people in the chat know exactly what I'm talking about. We talked to a lot of, like Herschel Evans was on the show yesterday, and we talk a lot about the National Truck Driving Championships guys, all those competitions. You've been a judge at a lot of those competitions. Mm-hmm. That's exactly those guys, those gals, and those guys who do that. Are the kind of people who do that on a regular basis. They live for it. You've almost got to have the conversations that take you into the weeds to really get a sense of It does two things. One, when something that you couldn't have prevented goes wrong, it allows you to have a communication with your maintenance provider in a way that keeps them up to speed about letting them know how you like it serviced, what kind of stuff, what kind of products you like and all that. But it also prevents you from ever getting to that point either because you're so on top of it. You know what I'm saying? So that you're only bringing your stuff in to actually get it checked out and make sure everything is up to snuff, as opposed to bringing it in when you grind the thing out of existence because you didn't check what you were supposed to check. It's the absolute truth of the matter. And that's so you didn't get too far. If you want to get back to the fuel pumps, we can absolutely have that conversation. But you didn't do anything wrong there. If you want, we can pivot to fuel pumps if you want.
Well, yeah, and on their fuel pumps and stuff, nowadays, a lot of the trucks will have a what we call, most every modern engine is going to have a low pressure fuel pump and a high pressure fuel pump, because most of our modern engines actually operate common rail types of fuel systems. And not all of them do, but the majority of everything that's out there nowadays does. And in order to get that rail, that fuel pressure in that fuel rail up to par, up to where it needs to be, there has to be a high pressure pump of some sort. Different engine manufacturers do that different ways, but in order to get fuel to that high pressure pump, a lot of times there has to be what could be referred to as a lift pump or a low pressure pump to bring that up there. If that kind of makes sense.
No, it makes sense perfectly. Which means, okay, this is my question, my first dumb question of the day. So that means the focus should really be on the low pressure pump. I mean that if you is that a situation where if you stay focused on that, you're probably going to be okay. Not that you shouldn't focus on the other one, but the idea that's always the beginning of the process to make sure that is in order. How do we do that though? How do we actually make sure that's where it should be?
Well,
right. I mean,
right.
I usually figure this stuff out. I usually have to look at the stuff and kind of, as we get ready for the show, I can kind of go, okay, this makes sense to me. But this is one of those ones where it's like, by the time we recognize there's a problem here, it's too late. I mean,
yeah, and different manufacturers, some of them will have an electric lift pump or electric low pressure pump that actually, when you turn the key on, you can kind of hear it engage, and it's actually pulling fuel up there. But even with those lift pumps like that are electric doing that, really all they're doing is still getting it to another pump that's going to transfer it, that's going to help increase that pressure. Because every fuel system on most all newer trucks and newer engines have a low pressure side, which is going to operate typically anywhere from 40 or 50 psi up to 100, 150 psi. It can vary, and then that's going to be the pressure and the flow that feeds that high pressure pump that's going to bump that pressure on up to 15,000 whatever psi. That's going to get it out. And then in a lot of cases, the injectors go through a phase of actually even increasing that pressure so that injection pressures, can reach, 35,000 PSI or more, So it's kind of crazy when you stop and think about it. But if you take that small hole like that, so when you think about it, all that fuel and any contaminants that may get past all this and get to that in that injector nozzle, when it goes to inject with such pressure behind it, with all that pressure into that combustion chamber, there's such small orifices that the smallest bit of debris and stuff can actually just blow a tip off those injectors. If it, you really have to watch that. And people, I've heard people I've had so much water in my fuel, but I never had injector problems. Well, that's because it never made it to that injector tip, because you got to figure, when water does not mix with fuel, there's going to be water and fuel. They're not going to, fuel is not going to dissolve in the water. When you get down to that molecular level, there's still H2O molecules next to fuel molecules. HC23, blah 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 blah, whatever all that is. Now, I'm no chemist, but I'll tell you this: that H2O molecule is still going to boil at 210 degrees, and it's hotter than that when it reaches that injector tip. So guess what it does? And you and I talked about this. How water is one of those strange things. When it freezes, it actually gets larger. Well, when it heats up, it actually gets larger. So now it expands and poof, that's how it blows the tips out. So you really want to keep water out of it. Fuel it can be extremely detrimental if it makes it all the way into that engine.
And the other thing is too, this is kind of a question in regards to water in the tank. I know we're now going backwards another direction too, but it's the fact that it's I've always been kind of curious about this because, my dad has given me a lot of great tips when I first started driving about this in regards to water in your tank. And as you point out, people shouldn't worry about it like mixing. There's no diesel water mixture. Nobody, you can't do that. It separates itself, as we've kind of pointed out. But we always have the idea of don't let your tank get too low and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, in regards to that sort of maintenance too, should there be a point where it's like, drain the whole thing down? Why don't we kind of start from scratch? How do we get excess water out of the tank?
Well, you let the vehicle rest for a while. And it just depends on how much fuel's in there and how long it's been running, temperatures, things like that. But if it stays at rest a little while, any fuel in that tank is going to be at the top. The water's going to be at the bottom because water is heavier than fuel.
Right.
And so you drain it from the bottom, and that's why. Then you'll drain the water out. When you start getting fuel out, then suddenly, hey, I just drained all the water out of my tank. That's why a lot of devices nowadays, different manufacturers make these different tools, and they call it sweeping the fuel tanks. And really, all it is a big long suction hose that goes to the bottom, because let's face it, in today's environmental world, no manufacturer wants to put a drain on the bottom of an aluminum fuel tank that hangs down lower that can catch all kinds of road debris. And suddenly you end up with 100 gallons of fuel spilled. And now you've got to call in the fire department and the OSHA and the EPA, and they have to clean. Those are some expensive cleanup
and dangerous, by the way, too.
And
by the
dangerous.
Way. Our good friend Tyler, we got a friend of ours, Tyler Lennius, who he's a hazmat specialist, and he's like, man, the stuff he gets called in for, by the way.
Oh.
And I don't know if people know what the term BLEVE stands for. It's actually an acronym, but a fire BLEVE. Whoo, man, let me tell you something, dude. If you ever seen one of those things go up on the road, the combination of sparks and fumes, good time. Good time out there on the road for everybody. Good time, by the way. I would tell you goodbye and thank you for everything, but we'll get one more shot at that next Tuesday. I'll make sure Dave stops in as well, too, Kevin. Can you believe it? We're out of time. We're out of time.
I can't believe it.
Always happens. And we're running out of time really quickly around here. Thank you, Kevin Lindsay, who, of course, is over at Travel Centers of America. Dude, I appreciate you.
All right. You too.
All right, man. Dre, hit that music. Phone lines are going to be open for the next half hour if you want to give me a call and express your grievances, your praise, your aves vehement.
Wrong button, but hey, give us a call. Going out.
Thank you, Dre.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Ooh, you are a part of the gang, so give us a call because those lines are open and the number is what, Jimmy?
615-292-6366. Ask any question you like as long as you don't ask me my political opinions. You can ask me about the Second Amendment. I'm happy to talk about that at any time, any place, anywhere. And the First Amendment as well, too. I think we can all agree on those things.
Yeah, and just don't ask me how to spell political.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's just, but in regards to trucking, in regards to my own career, in regards to who I am, feel free to ask me all the questions you want. There have been a lot of stuff that I've alluded to, haven't gone into a lot of my personal background, but if you'd like to know, I'll tell you. You can give us a call and drop in. Flu cases are climbing to some of the highest levels seen in recent seasons, and many people are reporting longer recovery times. Dr. Holly Lucille shares why this is happening and what helps support the body's natural defenses when the immune system is under added strain. And basically, the topic on today's Highway to Health is why cold and flu season feels worse this year and what helps the body recover. This is a question we can ask actually for all you friends out there on the road on this day of maintenance, taking care of not just what's under the hood. Big thanks to Kevin Lindsay for taking the ride with us on Maintenance Matters. But also, I'm kind of curious about what happens when you guys get what I call manageable flu or a manageable cold. We all know the difference, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I've actually, after Katrina, I got the Katrina crud. And Dre, I got to tell you, dude, I was driving around. I was drinking so much Theraflu, and I mean like the daytime Theraflu.
Yeah.
I couldn't take a nighttime Theraflu because I was driving.
Yeah.
That stuff works, man.
Oh, dude, it's beautiful.
That stuff works. Even the nighttime, even the daytime stuff works. And what you got?
Well, I was going to say, man, am I the only person that kind of loves here and there to get like a good cold or a good flu because I'm such an anxious and busybody that it's just like, oh, my body's weak. I just want to go lay on a couch and not feel bad about it being pretty outside and just close all the windows and put on a show and just make myself go into a coma.
I actually am going to stand up for you right here. And actually, since she can't be here to defend herself, I'm going to go after Lindsay a little bit. You ready? Now, I'm not going after her, but she's asked the question, as Claire has, as many women. I got to tell you, when men get sick, men get sick. Oh, I mean,
we're babies.
You guys are babies. Two things. First of all, how do you know we're not sick a lot more of the time and simply don't let you know and only let you know when all hell breaks loose? That's number one.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Number two is the fact that I think you hit the nail on the head. Oh, my God, I finally have an excuse to eat saltines, drink a little bit of Sprite, and watch me, The Price is Right. There's a reason why Sprite and The Price is Right rhyme, because they go so well together with saltine crackers.
Boy, you ain't lying. God, it's just prune. And just having a reason just to like sit there and not have any worry. And it's just like, oh, I have no choice but to sit here, so I'm just not going to do anything. And you don't feel guilty. And you don't beat yourself up. And that might just be me. But at the same time, it sucks to be sick. It's not fun. It knocks you out. But hey, you kind of lose some weight. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got to tell you, man. I got to tell you, one of the best things is you're trying to lose some weight. I have to tell you, sometimes the best way to jumpstart losing weight is to have about 4 or 5 days of savage sickness, dude.
Yeah.
Because it kills your appetite for like 3 or 4 days afterwards. Okay, so I'm gonna go bum 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 bum, and when I do that, I want you to go hot and sour soup. You ready?
Oh God. Okay. Yeah.
Bum 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 bum.
Hot sour soup.
I love getting sick and then placing a 3-day order for hot and sour soup to be delivered to my house on 3 consecutive days. I don't mean having it delivered in one shot, but like, boom, 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 hot and sour soup.
Dude,
bum, 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 bum.
Here's the bad time that it is to have it is whenever you had COVID, whenever you had the symptoms of not being able to taste or smell. Oh, and everybody wants to bring you good food, and they want you to take care of you. Hey, how'd you like that? Did you like what I did with this? Yeah, the texture was freaking fantastic.
It tasted like gruel, you scumbag.
God, the texture of it. Oh man, the pork loin you gave me,
hey,
dude,
man.
it was cut like butter.
Hey, dude, how were those egg rolls?
Yeah,
crunchy.
They felt good going in my throat.
They were crunchy. You know what? The one thing you never lose your taste for, though, and I get why, sherbet.
Ooh, that's
sherbet when you're sick. You get a little bit of that flu, get a little sherbet. I actually have people go buy me orange cream dreamsicles when I get sick. I want a dreamsicle.
You know what?
I want an orange Julius.
You ever? I think we talked about this. You watched episodes of Hot Ones, right? One of my favorite ones is when Bad Bunny was on there, and like they have the communication disconnect, but he can speak a good bit of English. But whenever he said, he's like, "Yeah, you want some ice cream?" He's like, "Oh, ice cream? That sounds nice."
5-year-old kid. I've seen that episode, by the way. I have to tell you, though, man, I got to tell you, my mom loves wings.
Yeah.
And so my mom made the mistake. So there's a great place. You've been there with me. So Blue Oak.
Yeah,
Blue Oak
yeah.
Barbecue. So they have a great 25. On Wednesdays, they have Wing Wednesdays. All wings are, it's like 75 cents. So
Yeah.
they have Wing Wednesdays, and I'll get like an order of 25 wings. My mom and I will get 7, and Dad, because his dad gets 8. It's symbolic. Your dad's always got to have one more extra piece of chicken. So it goes. But they give you all these different barbecue sauces and buffalo sauces. My mom thought she was grabbing the Asian sauce that was a little sweet and didn't tell me what sauce she was grabbing, and she grabbed what I would basically call 15 alarm fire. Hot, and she literally syncopated her scream. I mean, it's the truth. We got a phone call coming in. We got 2 coming in. We got people calling. You should be a part of the conversation on Road Gang Radio this morning. Who am I talking to?
What he said. Hi.
Hey, morning, fellers.
Hey, Weasel, what's happening?
Weasel.
Oh, just out driving around.
Just doing your job.
By the way, Weasel, really quickly, the Paranormal Pie Man says drink half a bottle of therapeutic and sleep. Outstanding.
Night, everybody.
And Trucker Bosun says sauna sweat lodge for an hour usually helps me get over illness faster. Couldn't agree more, dude. Is there anything better than actually going and like turning your bathroom into a sauna and steaming yourself out? And is there anything better, by the way, than having a terrible fever and then breaking into a sweat? And you know you're home free.
And you smell like garlic.
More Sprite. I'm sorry, Weasel. It's your phone call. It's your time. What's going on?
Hello.
I can't remember the last time I was sick.
Okay, listen. No one asked you.
You just jinxed yourself, dude.
Yeah.
I don't.
I know.
I don't
feel the sniffles now?
Maybe he wants to get a little Sprite and some prices right.
You want me to come take care of you?
That's a ridiculous image. If you like bringing a tray of saltines and Sprite to Weasel.
Yeah, I come over there in my robe. I got you, baby.
Weasel, have you ever had to drive with the flu?
Oof.
I think about 25 years ago, I caught a nasty bug, and I was on the road, and this is back when you had to call in, talk to your dispatcher every morning, leave a message, and I called in, and they could not recognize my voice. And so I told them I feel like crap, and they got me home. I had guard that weekend, and I called in and told them guys, hey, I feel like crap. Can I get out of this weekend? And the guy I talked to at guard said, stay the hell away from us.
Let
Did
me
I lose you guys?
No, I'm just letting that
There you
land,
are.
dude. Weasel. I'm letting it land. Let me ask you a rapid fire round about the flu, about the bug. Here we go. I'm going to give you some choices. You tell me which one is the worst. If you had to choose between having a completely stuffed up schnauzer, having a bad cough, having the chills, or having the backache that goes along with a severe case of the flu, which one are you picking?
You know what? As long I can deal with all of them, as long as I don't have to have one end or the other stuck in a toilet, I can generally get by.
Oh, I got to tell you, man, I forgot to add that little wrinkle to the thing. Nausea and vomiting. There we go. I got to tell you right now, you know what the thing for me is the absolute worst? The worst is a cough. The worst is a cough. The backache, I can always put a heating pad and get in bed. The stuffed up nose, there's things you can do to really clear out the nose. If I have a cough that I can't make go away, that is absolutely infuriating. But I didn't think about nausea. And a splitting headache, by the way, is, I think, a splitting headache combined with nausea is the worst. The worst when you have the
I do seem to get a cough about going into fall. Yeah, sometime between Halloween and Thanksgiving, I get a cough that hangs on for about a week. I don't feel bad, but I just can't stop coughing.
No, and by the way, that might be seasonal allergies, and then you just simply self-correct. A lot of people don't understand that. People think that allergies are like this permanent condition, or that literally you get your allergies because different stuff gets released into the air at a different time because of different things blooming, different things changing, and then all of a sudden your body, which is a pretty good machine, it sounds like you take care of yourself. I mean, Dre and I don't get sick a lot. I'm not gonna say when the last time I got sick. I'm not gonna say when the last time he got sick was. We don't get sick a lot either. We're like you, and I think we're like Marshall in that way. A lot of it just comes from the fact I think we take care of ourselves pretty good, and it sounds like you do too. But a lot of times it might be a seasonal cough.
And I'm out amongst the mixing with everyone, and I don't cover. I wash my hands, but I don't wear a face mask. If I'm gonna get germs, I'm out playing in the dirt at times, and I don't mind getting germs on me. Let the body do its job and fight them off. I do get the flu shot every year, but I believe in going out and getting germs on me.
I actually don't disagree with that, by the way, to some degree. I will tell you this, too. I don't know if you know this about polio. They called it the rich person's disease for a long time. Now, once you got it, there was no way of beating it. But let me tell you this. There were a lot of poor kids who started swimming much earlier in their lives on the farm, were less affected by it. And there is something, I'm going to say this right now too. Socialization is such an important thing. Being around a lot of kids early, not being a precious pea about things. I will avoid the controversial topic so as not to annoy anyone, but literally being around socialization and developing herd immunity quickly is a really big thing as well too. So yeah, being out there and mixing with a lot of people and constantly being in that mix can often make you immune a lot faster. I'll talk to the good doctor, see what she has to. Maybe she'll correct me about that as well too. I'm willing to take correction as always. Go ahead.
They used to have pox parties for chicken pox.
Oh yeah.
And measles. If someone had chicken pox, everyone would bring their kids around and have a pox party.
Oh yeah, pox party. That poxin party. All right, Weasel, I got to get to my next phone call. I love you, buddy, and there's nothing you can do about it.
You bet. Thank you, fellers. I'll get a hold of you some other time before you guys get off, and we'll talk about that then. But we'll talk to you fellers later. Have a good day.
Thank you, Weasel. Appreciate you. We lost Bruce Almighty, so give us a call back,
Bruce
brother.
Almighty back here in short order. But yeah, so if you guys want to talk about that, because I think about that. I think about the time I literally after Katrina, I literally was driving to places where I couldn't stop. I couldn't just go to a hotel room and spend, 4 or 5 days there. I was headed towards certain cities across the country, certain places I had to go for both speaking engagements, but also people who had offered graciously to put me up for a little bit. And I got to tell you, Dre, driving across Texas in the aftermath of Katrina with the Katrina crud, man, my back hurt me. And I thought about that when I was out there on the road driving by truck drivers and truck drivers driving by me. If you get sick in that cab, dude, and you got the kind of back, people always forget, man, that fever causes back seizures, causes back aches and pains. That was my 2 experiences with COVID. The first being from my first shot, where the only symptom I got from the shot was the back pains.
Yeah.
It felt like I had an intense workout, that I was in a hyper recovery is how it felt. And then when I finally did get COVID, the one time I got it, that's the great joke about me. Claire points this out. If you got sick for a week and you gave it to me, I'd have it for a day and a half.
Yeah.
So I literally, whatever it is, I get over it very, very quickly. But the big thing for me has always been, anytime I get any version of the flu, any version of any sort of crud cold, it's always backaches. I'm not saying it's my least favorite part about it, but I'm simply saying that's a consistent thing for me, is backache. I mean, like a throbbing sort of lower back pain.
I think I get the similar thing because I have lower back problems already. I have ankylosing spondylitis, so I think I get the similar thing.
Oh, man, and it's because it's inflammation.
Yeah,
Straight
exactly.
up inflammation, and if you've got inflammation problems down there already, that's not a surprise. Trucker Bosun has chimed into this particular conversation. Marshall said, by the way, I never get sick anymore, and when I do, it doesn't last long. Eat proper human diet. By the way, this is one of those places where I will tell you guys, it is really important to eat berries. It's really important to eat berries. Blueberries, Dave's is on to something. Blueberries and oatmeal, raspberries and oatmeal. All of those kind of berries are really good anti-inflammatories. They are excellent anti-inflammatories, and you should focus on them diet-wise. Trucker Bosun says the worst part about being sick in the truck is getting night sweats and chills and then waking up to bed sheets that feel like they were just pulled from the ocean. Oh, man, I got to tell you. You ever woke up in night sweats?
Okay, so that's one thing I've never really had, but the 2 times that I remember off the top of my head, it was not a good time. And I have I had the type of sheets that kind of like choked me. So it was like, dude, I felt like I was drowning.
By the way, 2 things. I'm glad you haven't had night sweats on such a level that you have plenty of memories to the point where you can't. If you've only had 1 or 2 versions of the night sweats, you were probably really sick. Night sweats are, because you know what night sweats actually are, right?
Talk to me.
Okay, so you've had it happen. You have a fever, and you have an extended fever, right? But then eventually the fever breaks, and your forehead breaks out in a sweat, your back breaks out in a sweat. One and done, right? Mm-hmm. Night sweats, with a few exceptions, meaning which is a different thing, which is panic sweats. Like I said, good doctor, good correct me. Is you're breaking the fever and then recharging it. You see what I'm saying? That you keep on reheating and then you have a fever break, and you keep on reheating, having a fever break, and it keeps going on and on and on. That's what's happening there. That you can't break the fever; it just keeps revving itself back up. You break it, and then you go back up. You break it, you go back up. So that's why you wake up in soaked sheets. Maybe the good doctor will correct me on that. That's my understanding. I got Bruce back or somebody else?
Mr. Almighty is in the house.
Bruce Almighty. He's almighty. He's Bruce Almighty.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's happening, man?
Hi.
Hey, that's a band name, the Night Sweat.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
yeah, man. I love that band.
By the way, a couple of days ago was the anniversary of Iggy and the Stooges' debut album. I went back and listened to that first album. Good God Almighty, it's awesome. But the Night Sweats, that's a band name right there. Night Sweats. What's going on?
I knew I was going to lose reception because I'm over here in alien land, Roswell, New Mexico. So,
nice.
Got ships flying around. But yeah, I'm enjoying the show. These few last days or whatever, and a big thank you for everybody there, and Nemo Nation, all the drivers. Stay in the lane.
Let me ask you something, Bruce Almighty. Let me BA Baracus. I want to ask you, in regards to the show itself. I'm not looking for compliments. It can be anything. What did you most enjoy about the shows? on the new platform. What did it for you? If you were going to recommend the show, you would say why should you listen? Somebody says, "Hey, Bruce Almighty, I know you're a regular listener over on the RadioNemo platform. Why do you listen?"
I think because no. Why did I listen? Just the knowledge. I mean, I get so much out of you because your wit and your wisdom, and you're always giving recommendations. Like I always used to tell you, like, well, I've got an assignment, I've got. You would always give something for me to like maybe write down, and later on when I'm at my rest time or even at home, I'd watch the show, the show, read the book.
That's really cool. That makes me feel good.
That's what I got out,
That makes me feel good. I'll tell you this, by the way. One of the things I always enjoyed was, and the only thing that Lindsay and I really didn't plan, and it was on purpose, was, Lindsay would let me know what country and western was going to be. She'd also let me know what kind of question she was going to ask of the guest. But the one thing she wouldn't tell me is she wouldn't tell me how she would open the show. And we did it on purpose, so that when she would come on, she would never tell me what we were going to do, because she just wanted to see how I would react to whatever grievance, joy, insight that she had. And to be honest with you, it made a big difference, because I always had stuff to talk about if nothing sparked. But I loved coming in and having her just be like, "I'm going to throw some stuff at you, roll with it." And I really love doing that. And I feel like the listeners did that too over in the chat. Is I would get comments and be like, "Oh, I can do something with that." And in that way, the show felt like it was being created by everybody and not just one of us, which was really cool. Or Dre would see an MMA fight, or really get turned on by something he saw during a sporting event over the weekend, or check out a new show, or go to Sturgis or something like that. And it'd be like, so you don't prep up, so you don't have canned answers, and you let people just call, and you let people just start talking, and you see where the road takes you. And that's a really groovy thing. And sometimes I've had people call to talk about stuff, and I didn't know anything about it, and then we could go look it up and do some reading on it, and then the next week do a show about it. And I love that about you guys. So thank you, Bruce.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Hey, are you going to stay in the New Orleans area?
I do not know what I'm going to do next. When I say that, guys, I don't mean that I have no plans. There's about 3 or 4 things I might want to do. Some of them involve doing this. It just depends upon, I got to talk to some people. And I'll be honest with you, I don't pray a lot for specific things. I just kind of pray. Okay, if you want to know what I pray about, I pray to continue to be given the courage I need to exercise the character I require. And I'm going to be doing a lot of that over the next couple of days to figure out which one of the things. There's one thing I'm doing for sure. I know I'm doing for sure, which is I've been wanting to create a spooky podcast, fictional podcast about trucking, a scary kind of content-driven thing. And I am going to do that for sure. I am thinking about a couple of live podcast or broadcast ideas that don't involve me doing this 5 days a week. So I don't know what I'm going to do, and depending upon what I choose, that will affect where I go next. Make sense?
Yeah, my wife will definitely listen. Well, I'll listen too, but because I have to listen to her creepy pastas. So I told her about that yesterday. I said, you may have a new show to listen to.
Oh, I think that if she likes creepypasta, I think she'll like what we got in store for her. Bruce, good God Almighty, you're the best person in the world. Thank you for taking the ride with us, man. I appreciate you.
As always.
Be
Take
safe.
care.
Be well. Be good. Love talking to Bruce. When was the last time you got sick?
Man, that one, I think it was about a couple months ago. I wouldn't say sick, but man, enough to where I couldn't come in. But then it only lasted a day. But like sick, where I was out of it. I think it was about probably 5, 6, or maybe a year into whenever I was doing that 2-year stint of 7 days a week. And I think that was one of the times where I had to have like several of y'all just kind of come in, and that was
exhaustion.
Oh my God! Well, that, and then my ex's kids, they got sick, and I kind of got that mixed with the fact that I was exhausted and never really got to.
Everybody forgets the first time you get exposed to being around kids for long periods of time, it really kind of kicks in. Okay, I want to give people a bit of interesting news. By the way, we are 50 states, not 48. Hawaii and Alaska count, so let's go north to Alaska. Let's go north. The rush is on. The Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities is seeking approval for the construction of a 67-mile ice road for the next 3 winters as it works to build a new remote airport. Man, I got to tell you, people don't realize this all the time, but so many roads are built either to connect one pocket of civilization to another. The other reason they're built is to help people get to places where they can get out of places. The Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities published those plans for a 67-mile ice road on Tuesday, on February the 3rd, a week ago today. The plans outlined an ice road route connecting the permanent DeLong Mountain Transportation System road with the town of Notak between October and March in 2026, 2027, and 2028. You notice that, Dre? Between October and March, because it's an ice road. Get it? The route would allow for the construction of a new airport in the small, remote town. The route is expected to be 25 to 30 feet wide, with some sections being as wide as 50 feet. The proposed route minimizes stream crossings and would use ice bridge construction to cross 5 channels, including Kayak Creek. That's what the department wrote, according to the Alaska Beacon, which is where we get the story from. The proposed route requires no disturbance or permanent cut and fill on slopes and would be safe for proposed travel, equipment travel, by the way. You follow what I'm saying there?
Yep.
Okay. The current airport in Notak is facing issues due to erosion caused by its proximity to the Notak River. The continued erosion jeopardizes, this is what the department wrote in their plan, as was reported by the Alaska Beacon. The continued erosion jeopardizes the existing airport and therefore also jeopardizes the Notak community, which relies on safe and reliable air transportation services. The department calls the first construction date of winter 2026 to be an admittedly ambitious construction goal. The current airport is located to the east of Notak, while the new one will be constructed to the west. This is why I like trucking so much. To work on that project, that's an adventure. To cover that project, that's an adventure. I got to tell you, one of the most exciting things I've read in the last 2 years, magazine-wise, was the Popular Mechanics article on how they remember the terrible accident in Pennsylvania where the truck driver lost control and his truck blew up and basically blew the 93 sky high?
Yes, yeah.
And the story about how basically Governor Shapiro, they said it's 7 months, and he said, I need it done in 2. And then the guys who won the bid said, how about 2 weeks? And how they get it done, and the story I read in Popular Mechanics about that is the pictures and the way they laid the story out. But I think I'm probably going to share that with you guys at some point before we kind of wrap this up, because the most amazing thing about the story, Dre, was that at no point does the article blame the truck driver. It literally kind of explains it's a genuine bona fide accident. And the story ends, which is amazing, of them raising hundreds of thousands of dollars with local communities and unions for the truck driver's family. And they present a check to them during the World Series. And it's just an incredibly moving story. We got another Highway to Health coming up. It is Maintenance Day here on Road Gang Radio. We're not quite done yet. The wheels have come off. We're still rolling, and we haven't completely landed the plane. We're talking the long flu season. Dr. Holly Lucille is going to be joining us. Thrilled to have her coming here. Immunage.us. That is IMMUNAGE, or you can find them at Instagram at Immunage USA, Immunage USA on YouTube, and Dr. Holly Lucille, as in Lucille Ball, drhollylucille.com, and that's Holly spelled with a Y. I know I shouldn't have to say that, but there are people who spell it I-E. Not this good doctor who's joining us. Lots of great information coming your way. You guys are going to want to listen to this because, man, there are few things worse in regards to that are manageable, but few things worse in regards to feeling than a long flu. It's even worse than the Counting Crows' long December. We'll take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, except that Dr. Holly Lucille knows what she's talking about, and we'll be right back. Highway to Health on your maintenance day continues here on Road Gang Radio. Having a good time. Go to Truck Down Road Gang Radio. Having a good time. Go to Truck Down now.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's Tuesday. Tuesday.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Much for taking the ride with us. It's going to be pretty much Dre and I to the bitter end, maybe an appearance by one or two other people here in the studio. But, Dre and I had a nice talk on Sunday night and made a commitment to each other that we're going to be here till the last microphone dies. By the way, those microphones will not die. We paid money for them. There's some nice ones here. Dave and I both have really nice first-class microphones that we really, really like. So I don't mean actually die. But it's good to hear from everybody out there. Thanks for all the great phone calls this morning. Phone lines will reopen at the top of the next hour. You guys can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
We're going to make a little quick pivot here, as we always do, and welcome our next guest into Highway to Health. I gave you all the bona fides of our next guest, but I do want to give you this one too, drhollylucille.com. And I am thrilled to welcome you this morning because we've been spending the morning talking to a lot of our drivers out there who have called in to kind of talk about what it feels like to get that long flu when they've still got to get the job done out there on the road, or when they get that flu while they're out there on the road in the cab. So many symptoms, we've been having a conversation as well about what is the worst symptom, what is the one that drives you the craziest. But I want to say good morning and welcome our guest. How are you today, Dr. Lucille? It's good to have you.
Hey, buddy. Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here.
And it's really good to have you as well. We'll get to your bona fides in just a moment here, but I also want to point out that you are a nationally recognized, licensed naturopathic doctor, educator, author, and media host with more than 2 decades of experience in integrative medicine. And we'll get to some of the other stuff you do here in a second, but thanks for being here. The long flu is a regal pain in the ass, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's horrible for people, for families, as you said, for your drivers. And this year, I feel like it's just lingering on.
Yeah, and that is, like I said, there are a few things worse. I'll tell you, my other favorite is when you feel, what is it? Better is not well, because there are times that you feel better from the first initial onslaught of what happens, and don't realize that you're not better, that you're not well until you are. Like, I feel better, but you don't feel better, and sometimes that can be a case of a long flu, can it? Where you don't realize you haven't fully recovered until you do. Am I making sense when I say that?
You are. It's absolutely true. And I think that number one symptom that you were referring to, where you might feel better, some of the symptoms abate, but you know what lasts is that kind of fatigue. And I think that's a really important sign for the body, because when you feel tired, it really is the immune system's secondary response to infection. Because guess what? Your immune system works better when you're at rest. And that's why it's so important, even if you have the initial onset of not feeling well, to rest, because then you have a better chance of decreasing duration and also decreasing the severity of the symptoms.
Yeah, and like I said, one of the things that one of our people in the chat was talking about was that he was saying, so when you get sick in the cab, he said one of the worst things is that you wake up and your bed is all just full of sick inside that cab, and you've almost got to make a commitment to not only, tell me I'm wrong, please, but you almost got to make a commitment to your hygiene as well, to both resting and taking care of yourself, because you just want to create an atmosphere where you create every comfort you possibly can to relieve yourself of the aches, pains, and also give yourself a chance to recover from that fatigue.
Absolutely. During the pandemic, we knew about things like zinc and vitamin D and elderberry, right? And those are all important. But when you've got your drivers in the cab and it's like, I just took a trip and I packed up all my supplements, and guess what? I forgot to take them. It just is something that's so common. I think, people know that it's out there. We know that we need to support our immune system. And yes, you're talking about hygiene. During the pandemic, I'll say again, what people were advocating, that they wash their hands for how long? Will you say what? Happy birthday twice or something like that? That was like the key moniker to make sure that hygiene plays an important part in the spreading of infection. And yes, to yourself, I think it's so important that you don't touch your nose or your eyes or your mouth, and keep those hands clean. But I've got something for your drivers that I really want to talk about. Because, I mentioned everybody knows zinc, vitamin D, elderberry, they've all been out there. But this is something where I feel like my career as a naturopathic doctor, prevention is the cure, right? We know that there is a flu season. We know that chronic stress, less sleep, sometimes, when you're out on the road, those ultra-processed diets, more indoor time, especially in those cabs, it's going to lead to daily exposures. And so I say, let's prevent it from happening. And there's a little packet, it's a powder, it's called Immunage. And it has over 30 clinical studies, and it's so important. And all you have to do is tear it apart and put it in your mouth. That is how easy it is. And this is what has gotten me and so many of my patients through this cold and flu season. And again, prevention is the cure.
Let's talk a little bit about prevention too, in regards to. We talk a lot here because we talk to a lot of truck drivers, and therefore we talk a lot about the kingdom of sleep, about actually regulating your sleep and making sure that you can kind of get it done right. One of the worst things that I've always been told, and done a lot of work on this myself, that if you're falling into your bed and you're falling asleep a minute later, you've exhausted yourself to the point where you shouldn't have. That's a really bad sign that you're literally collapsing from exhaustion. And kind of talk about the way we should set ourselves up for sleep, successful sleep, in order to kind of as a preventative medicine approach in a lot of the things that you talk about. But how can we do this best as far as you can see?
Yeah, so I think what you're talking about, that moment that you fall asleep and you're exhausted, you're right. Probably people have pushed it too far, or, that candle at both ends are going. But what I think you're also talking about is something called sleep pressure, right? I think sleep pressure is really important. And what does that mean? I think it means that during the day, you're actually doing something, whether it's mental, physical, sometimes emotional, that you actually put pressure on yourself to feel tired, right? To have that circadian rhythm. That circadian rhythm, there is a sleep-wake cycle that's so important. And I think the other thing about sleep and prevention and making sure everybody has heard this, making sure you've got that cave-like environment, that it's cool enough, that you've got your blackout curtains, that you are decreasing your screen time at least 2 hours before you want to go to bed. People don't realize, it's kind of counterintuitive, right? Because we think, oh, I just want to watch some television and fall asleep to it, right? But those EMFs and that blue light can really disrupt our circadian rhythm. And so that discipline for sleep hygiene is so important. And yes, sleep is where we rest, we relax, and we repair. So stress and poor sleep definitely increase cortisol and inflammatory signaling, and it can make you more vulnerable. That is for sure.
We were partially joking because we're vain men over here. We were laughing at the fact that we were saying one good sickness, and who knows if you need to drop those final 7 or 8 pounds, it can actually happen for you. That's not a good thing. I'm gonna make this really clear. It's not a good thing. Can you talk a little bit about dietary considerations while you're sick? Because a lot of people wrestle with this. A lot of people don't know what to eat, don't know what they can keep down, even when it's something like the flu. How do we eat properly? How do we maintain our nutrition without forcing ourselves to eat things that maybe aren't good for us or that we don't like?
Right. I mean, I think when people aren't feeling well, they have a lack of appetite. And our body runs on our biochemistry, which is fueled by those nutrients, right? They're not just things that we've been talking about as far as vitamins and minerals that are in a little, couple aisles in your health food store. They actually fuel your biochemistry. They fuel your immune system. And so I think it's important that when you're not feeling well to actually get those nutrients in. How can you do that when you don't have an appetite? I think sometimes, I wouldn't say force feeding, but a good nutritionally dense smoothie, if you can make it. If you can have some broth and get that in, maybe broth and soup mixed with vegetables, and sip that throughout the day. I always say use your beverage as your medicine, right? So there are incredible teas. And once again, a fermented papaya preparation is amazing in combating the oxidative stress that comes with you getting sick and also getting your energy back.
It's interesting about the energy back, because the other thing that goes along with the loss of energy is what people often call brain fog, or disorientation that often comes along with this kind of stuff too. And I was kind of wondering, like I said, the best way to kind of combat this is to engage in preventative measures. But let's just say we're sick. A lot of people, one of the most frustrating things, and if they're having a long flu or a long recovery, doctor, what they end up running into is a sense of like, I'm just not altogether here, even though I'm feeling a little better. What are some actions we can take to clear up the brain fog? I mean, rest, of course, we've talked about that, but are there particular foods you can eat or particular, supplements that you should really be looking at? Are there things that you can do to really kind of get the brain working again?
I think it's a great question. I think one of the things we mentioned about food and what you eat, it's what you don't eat. And I think that definitely alcohol should be kind of pushed to the side and decrease that sugar intake, right? Sugar, this is well researched in the data that it can really be an anchor on our tail when it comes to our immune system. And that lingering fatigue and brain fog, it often reflects the unresolved inflammation, like I said, oxidative stress and disrupted sleep. And that's where I think Immunage comes in, because it isn't a substitute for rest, but it does support that recovery environment inside the body. And when that internal stress load is lower, the nervous system and the immune system can settle faster. So that's the supplement that I would go to, that fermented papaya preparation in a little packet that's so easy. A lot of people get pill fatigue too if they're taking way too many supplements or needing some supplements. And so, again, just a little packet will do you.
Speaking of that kind of groovy stuff, by the way, there is something I did once, and I'm sure you're totally aware of this, those zinc pellets that you can put in your shower that then it steams up. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you heard of this?
Sure.
I mean, look, I'm in the middle of a steaming hot shower while I'm sick, so of course that's going to make me feel better in and of itself. And maybe it was a placebo effect, but does that really have a positive effect on you? I mean, it had a positive effect on me, but I mean, what do I know? It was a one-time experience.
No, I think that's a great question, and I think the placebo effect is really important, and I think there's validity to it, right? So, what I would argue, or maybe want to have a conversation about, is, can zinc in that form be absorbed into your body in the way that we need it to actually do anything for the immune system? But if you felt good doing it, and of course that nice hot shower that's opening up what we call the emunctories, and that means like let that stuff drain out, right? If you've got a deep cough, sometimes that warm heat can loosen that up and getting things out, right? Our immune system, and this is really important point, our immune system does things, right? And we think they're, bad. Oh, we got a cough, that's bad. Well, it's actually trying to protect us. It's trying to get whatever is irritating down there out, right? Same thing with a runny nose. It wants to get things out. And a lot of times in our modern day, what we try to do is suppress it, right? We have cough suppressants. We've got things that will kind of dry us out. Are we doing ourselves any favor? Now, is it getting rid of symptoms? Sure. But is it getting to the root cause and the root of resilience? I don't think so. So that's another thing we need to think about.
I was also kind of curious in regards to, like I said, I'm very kind of focused on recovery methods and also the kind of commitment to. The other thing is to, just like when people get an injury, they don't listen to their doctor in regards to physical therapy. They overextend themselves too much. In regards to being able to measure if you're ready to go back into the world, because sometimes we haven't fully recovered, we go racing back out there and we finally get to the end of the day, and rather than feeling better, the inflammation has come back, our back hurts again, the nausea has returned, our nose is a little more stuffed. How do you know that you're actually ready to get up and go face the world again? I mean, is it just a matter of playing the guesswork game? How do we do this?
Well, you mentioned that, people don't pay attention to what their doctors say, et cetera. I saw this. I didn't come up with this, so I'm not going to take credit for it. But you know what those people are called? They're called ask holes, ASK holes. Because what that actually means is they ask for advice and then they go and do the exact opposite, or they don't follow it.
Oh
So
my God! No, please. Actually, I'm having. You've triggered me. And by the way, it's not your fault. As my producer and I say, that when you trigger somebody, the problem is theirs, not yours. You haven't done anything wrong.
Right.
Oh my God! I am surrounded. Dre is looking at me and just nodding. You have no idea how many people are
You're
asking.
surrounded by ask holes?
I am surrounded. Not today. I'm lucky today. But what I call is, hey, give me your opinion so I can contradict it.
I know. I have a lot of them in my life as well. It's pretty amazing where, I feel like I've been doing this for quite a while, and I've got people that ask me questions and want some help, and it's kind of amazing. But to your point, I think that's so important, and that's why we talked about supplements, but the one thing I was talking about is more like a bioactivator, and I think that's important because most supplements, right, like D or zinc, we talked about, they add to, right? But a bioactivator like Immunage actually signals in your own body, helping your body turn on its own internal defense pathways. And so when that happens, you can get out there quicker. You can get, and I have been sick before, and I think we all have, and I think we can all resonate or get triggered by this next statement. You feel like it's never going to end. There are so many times where I come down with a little head cold and I cancel the day, but I say, we'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow comes and I'm like, what was I thinking? I'm so not ready to go back. But I get like, I don't know if it's omnipotence or I just kind of I forget. I get amnesia around, hey, I'm sick and I've got to rest. Boy, but when you feel better, you know it. It's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this. So I think you trust yourself. Remember when you've been sick before, how it feels like to not be sick, and that's when you're ready. And I think it's important because if you go out and resume normal activities too soon and you're not ready, you might get a secondary infection really fast, and then you're back with the skin out of the game. And you also have the ability to inoculate or kind of, pass on your infection to somebody else, and that's not really fair.
That, by the way, I find in regards to. By the way, I'm gonna do my best impersonation of an asshole. So basically, what you're telling me is that I should really, if I want to, have a good recovery from a long sickness, a long flu, I really should do immunize, right?
Yeah. Well,
wait, no, I'm not done yet. Wait. So that you would agree with
Okay,
that,
go,
right?
go.
Yeah, you would agree, correct? No,
I would say that.
No, doctor. I think I'm going to stick with my Alka-Seltzer cold and flu. Thank you very much. That's what they do. They literally ask you your opinion. You give it to them, and they say, I'm going to stick with my own idea. And it's like, you didn't want advice. You wanted to tell me what you wanted to do and have me approve of it. I hate it.
I know.
I hate it. I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to give whatever you say a shot. I always say give people a shot. Give them 2 shots, as a matter of fact. Dr. Holly Lucille, by the way, has appeared on major national media outlets. You might have seen her on ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, Dr. Oz, The Doctors, Lifetime, and Discovery Health. And are you currently still the host of the Mindful Medicine podcast?
So we are not booking guests anymore. I'm doing another podcast. However, it's still out there, over 500 episodes, and I had so much fun doing it. It was kind of my I wanted to have people open up their minds, right, to their own bodies and to their own wellness and such. And so it was lovely.
Let me ask you this too, in regards to the people you've talked with, who you've helped, kind of, and like I said, it's really fun because on this particular day of the show, Dr. Holly, the guy that comes on before you is actually the guy in charge of maintenance over at Travel Centers of America. So we call it today Maintenance Day. So you coming in as a preventative kind of, in a preventative sort of role as a doctor. Are there ways, and I've done this, but once again, maybe placebo or maybe I misread the signs, where we start to get sick and then take steps to kind of put the brakes on it? Is it possible when you begin to get that inkling of, oh no, is that what I think it is? Are there ways to make steps from a dietary, rest, or any other sort of approach that can really slow down or mitigate what is happening before it actually gets really cranked up and onto gear?
You know what? That is called at first sign, and I think we all should pay attention to it. So at first sign. And for people, it's different. We've got vulnerabilities. Like sometimes it's my throat. I'll start getting a tickle, and I just know. I know. And at first sign, I just know if I don't shut things down and take care of myself, this is going to be a long haul. And we don't want that because, another thing the pandemic really taught us and really kind of, I think, woke up some modern day conventional doctors. There is something called a long haul viral syndrome. We have seen it with COVID, and then before, people have had Epstein-Barr or something called cytomegalovirus, and these kind of like quote-unquote chronic fatigue syndrome, and I think they got, it sort of got a bad rap or connotated as the yuppie disease back in the, I forget what decade, 80s or 90s. But yeah, it's important. So at first sign, so I would say prioritize sleep, you stay hydrated, you just get rest, eat protein, right, and good plant nutrients, keep your hygiene tight, and that immunage is the daily add-on for people who want that extra support, especially during travel, high stress, or when everyone around them is sick. Like if you've got kids and you send them off to daycare and they bring home basically a petri dish of stuff, it's really important to have that resilience layer.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm so glad to hear you drop in protein as well, because a lot of people don't, a lot of people, and I get it. We were laughing about it. There's nothing better. When I get sick, my favorite treat when I feel better is to have an orange dreamsicle. It's great. It's terrific. But there's something to be said also about having some nice beef broth, right? And that is not a bad thing to have, to be able to kind of. By the way, my producer is drinking a big bucket of it right now, so he wanted me to let you know that. But getting protein in your system.
Me too, because when you say orange dreamsicle, everybody can smell and taste that taste. It is so nostalgic.
Yeah,
right?
it just feels like recovery. It feels like what your great aunt or your grandma would bring to you when you were in bed. How's my little man doing? How's my little girl doing? Here's a little dreamsicle. Oh, and suddenly you're better. Orange sherbet was my other go-to when I was recovering.
And
go ahead.
packed full of sugar. And I unfortunately spent a little time in the hospital over the holidays with a an infection in my cheek, and I couldn't really open my mouth, and so eating was an issue, and getting nutrients was an issue. And what do they have there? Well, I'm not going to say the brand name because I don't think we should, but they're little chocolatey or vanilla drinks, and they give them to all the people in the hospital who need nourishment, right? Who need to guess the first ingredient is water, and the second ingredient is what?
Sugar.
Yeah, it is. And that's that. Like I said, we want wind in our sail when it comes to resilience and having a good fight with your immune system. We need to really kind of increase the resistance of the host, right? We are hosting these little bugs. And it's true, like if you, even that microphone that you're talking into, if you swabbed it and put it in a petri dish, things are going to grow because we live amongst viruses and bacteria and fungus and parasites even, but we've got this incredible immune system. But our modern day is definitely an anchor on our tail. And that's why, let's support our antioxidant pathways and let's support our immune system. And that's why I've been talking about immunage for this whole season, because I think from the research, like I said, I've been doing this a long time. I'm a consultant in the natural product industry, and it's clinically studied. And it's got several patents. And the last press release was all about that bioactivator, right? So it helps signal your own body to do its job. And I love that because it's like we do have this innate ability to heal. And so just adding supplements, yeah, I get it. I've been doing that my entire career. But having a bioactivator on board to help your body do its best thing and have it turn on its own internal defense pathways, that's where I'm headed.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference. The other thing finally, so you feel better in regards to all this stuff when you finally get that recovery after, even if you've gone through a long thing. What, along with walking, which is so important, in regards to preventative stuff, what is your favorite go-to exercise? What is something that you would suggest people do beyond just a nice, brisk, and people don't get this, by the way. People say, oh, really, walking 20 minutes a day makes all the difference? And my producer and I are laughing about this. If people actually knew what a 20-minute walk should be, they might have a very different understanding of it. But what can people do from a physical standpoint that really is great preventative stuff from cold and flu season, putting a little kick in their ribs?
You know what? I'm going to say it, and I've said it again when it comes to informing hormones. I'm going to say it again when it comes to informing metabolic health. I'm going to say it right now, but it's building muscle. I think it's really, really important, and it's so important to do it safely. If you don't know what you're doing, if you've never pushed against resistance, right, whether it's your own body weight or using dumbbells or anything else in the gym, TRX, etc., there's so many things that are accessible for you to do this at home. But if you don't know what you're doing, please get help. Hire a trainer for maybe 1 or 2 sessions. Make sure you lock in your good form. So again, prevention is the cure. You don't get hurt, and so you can keep your skin in the game. But I would say, Jimmy, it would be building muscle.
Let me ask you a question about that as well, too, because I've had some debates with people. This is not an asshole moment. I'll take your word for it. I have encouraged people who have worries about that kind of stuff because of, all the kind of people worry about hurting themselves. I tell them, hey, man, go to the sporting goods, get yourself some 5-pound weights for both wrists and some 5-pound weights for both ankles, and just start resistance walking or rucksacking, because that in and of itself, that's what I think people don't understand. And you can tell me if I'm wrong. The difference between cardio and resistance workouts, people don't understand, is that one is making you breathe better. The other one is creating genuine strength, which of course is a road to recovery as well. Did I get that right?
Oh, you got that so right. Yes. And yes, that is brilliant. Exactly. And I love rucking, because it's kind of passive. Like I have a 12-pound weight vest. So kind of during the morning when I'm doing my chores, let's just call them, around the house and such, and getting the food prep and getting ready for the day, I'll throw on that 12-pound weight vest because it's kind of like for skeletal health. When you're like your muscles, when you push against resistance, it breaks them down and they build back up stronger. Well, your bone health is very important too. And so anything that is pushing against resistance, like wearing that rucksack or wearing a weight vest, will help your bones break down, and they want to push against resistance. That's our body, again, wanting to work in concert with us and do its job.
Dr. Holly Lucille has joined us. By the way, drhollylucille.com is where you can go, but you can also go to YouTube for Immunage USA. You can find them at immunage.us, and then on Instagram at Immunage USA. I'm going to be trying it out. I'm actually going to ask our friends out there who are on the chat. Thank you guys, by the way, for all the wonderful comments. You guys should give it a shot, too. We'll all give it a shot. We'll come back and we'll report to one another and say what's going on. Dr. Holly, it's good to talk to you. It's nice to meet you. Keep on preventing people from having the long haul, okay?
All right. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Have a great day.
You too. We'll be back on the other side as we just begin to move towards, wherever we're headed next.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Road Gang Radio. Lindsay is dreaming and scheming, putting her own world together. She and I are going to be talking soon. We'll get a chance for Lindsay to stop in and maybe tell you guys hello at some point. But we got a lot of stuff going on over here. As you guys know, next Monday is the last Nemo Nation. Next Friday is the last Road Gang Radio. Thank you guys for taking the ride with us. We'll get to Emily's phone call here in just a moment. I do want to say it is a national day of Dre worth talking about. I said all the news fit to print. If you look in the upper corner, or what is known as the left ear of a newspaper, particularly the New York Times, you will see their masthead where it says all the news that's fit to print. No fanfare. It simply appeared at the top of the newspaper on this day in 1897. Its recently hired publisher, Adolph Ochs, who had been hired the year before, was attempting to turn around the struggling, almost bankrupt newspaper by moving against the stream of yellow journalism. So what I did there? The stream of yellow journalism. Ochs had come up with the slogan in 1896 to signal that the sloppy journalism, the sensationalism, and the lies of yellow journalism had no place in the New York Times. The slogan had originally appeared as a banner at Madison Square, not Madison Square Garden. Remember, Madison Square Garden is not Madison Square. Madison Square Garden is located in Madison Square. The banner appeared there. Okay. All the news that's fit to print. And that brings me to one of my favorite words in a conversation worth having as we begin to wrap this up. Dean and I talked about this a little bit, and we will get to Emily in just a moment. Thank you for being patient. You're also welcome to call if you have any questions for me about who I am and what I've done with my life and want to know anything more about myself. Like I said, don't ask me my political opinions. One of the ways that Dave and I and Lindsay as well, by the way, in case you notice, have managed to navigate this, while you guys have your suspicions, and sometimes you suspect wrong, have your suspicions, it's important to know that the only side that we take on this show has always been yours, truckers. If we think it's good for you, we'll tell you. If we think it's bad for you, we'll tell you. But ultimately, we're worried about your well-being, your health, the safety, and the maintenance of everything that is important to you. It has been a lifetime career goal of Mr. Dave Nemo and Lindsay herself as well. Both of them are such a presence in regards to the well-being and the goodness of truckers out there. it brings me to one of my favorite terms, but a word that puts my teeth on edge. It's called enshittification. It's an actual word. You can look it up. It's the gradual shift from value given to customers and value towards business to business and advertisers. It is the shift from honoring the people whom you're selling to and to shift to honoring your shareholders. Ultimately, though, here's the irony, is that at the end of the day, enshittification ultimately serves only the self. It's parasitic, meaning that at first it serves the customer, then it serves the clients, and then ultimately it serves itself, with everyone else kind of being left on the roadside. And as I was telling Jerry Bowers, the way to kind of think about it is this place is great. I can't believe how cheap this Uber thing is. Anytime I need one, anytime I want one, it's there when I need it. It's amazing. Hey, man, the waits have gotten a little bit longer. Hey, do you notice that the prices get much more expensive at like the crucial moments, that even though it's sometimes cheaper than a cab, the cab is always the same price? This seems to be set at certain rates, and depending upon when I want to go to the airport, it's much more expensive. Oh, good God Almighty. It's expensive all the time. Man, this place sucks. Until finally, where did everybody go? This place is a ghost town. And they took all of our money, and now they're gone. It's almost like it was designed to do this. That's enshittification.
Thank you for the explanation.
Does that make any? And by the way, it also shows up in regards to the video stuff we talked about before. But there's another way it shows up as well too. People always love to complain about like cheap clothing. The idea that people complain about slave labor and cheap clothing, but expensive clothing is expensive clothing. And one of the other problems, it's just so many things that have kind of contributed to this, but the idea that it's like, look, if you're listening to a show and the only reason you're listening is to get angry, you're being scammed. If you're listening to a show and the only reason you're listening is to what is engaging in what they call, you ever heard of clapter? You ever heard the expression clapter?
I have not.
It's jokes that make people clap rather than laugh.
Okay.
It's called clapter. And the idea that it's like, oh, what a good point. I'm going to applaud because I completely agree with you because you're actually confirming all my priors. But the idea that everything feels like at the end of the day that you don't feel like anything is serving you. You feel like everything that they're offering is serving somebody else. And that is the process of enshittification. And it's what Dave, myself, Lindsay, Phone Master Dre, everybody over the years has been in a long fight against. We don't tell you what you want to hear all the time. If you're listening to the news and you always agree with it, you're not listening to the news, you're listening to propaganda.
Yeah.
If every time you don't want to accept something as the truth and there's somebody telling you what you want to believe, that's not the news. That's propaganda. That's the confirmation of priors and all that kind of stuff. You should listen to the news and simply receive information. And if you're arguing with the news and then switch over to a channel that tells you what you want to hear, that's fine. That's not the news. That is another form of enshittification. The idea that it's not providing you the service that you need. It's providing itself the capture that it needs by pandering. We got Emily on the phone. Always love talking to her. It's good to have you back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you?
Long time no talk, a.k.a. Crazy 8.
I know. Thank you, guys. Oh, my gosh. It has been a long time. Last year we talked to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I sent Andre yesterday a picture of Rachel. Rachel got her 1 million mile award yesterday.
Woo!
Yeah, she's done 1.3. And the Rick Rail, who's the one who sent it to her, said, by the way, you're the youngest female in the United States that's done 1 million miles.
Man.
Now, man, that is a big deal. That is a big deal. The youngest female to reach 1 million miles. It makes her the Sean McVay of truck drivers. There you go.
Yeah.
And dedication of 10 years safe driving and 1.3 miles a career wide.
1.3 million.
Woo!
1.3 miles. That would be good. That'd be
I didn't say million?
No, you didn't say million. I'm like, that sounded weird.
But she's not driving right now. She ended up falling off a truck, and she's got a concussion, and so she's been out of work for about 6 months.
Oh
But
man.
but
Oh
she's
man.
also been taking care of baby. She's got two twins at home. So and then she's got Wilson too. So yeah. But and I came off the road when we moved to South Carolina. Their school district gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. So
Well, what are you doing? What is the offer? What are you doing?
I'm driving the bus again, and I'm making about $30 an hour driving the bus, which is the most I've ever made.
Driving a bus, right?
Driving the bus, yeah, and I get 10 hours a day.
See, that's the big thing. That's the one that always pulls people back home. Do I get to drive? Do I get to be home on a nightly basis? Yeah, I'm in. That's always one of the great exit ramps. That's one of the great exit ramps. Do I get to be home every day, but do I get to still drive something big?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I drive a minibus, but it's still, I mean, it's a bus, and then I sub when they need me on the big buses. But now, what I do is I take the kids that are at high school going to the colleges.
Oh,
There you
that's
go.
nice. Oh,
Yeah.
that's great. That's terrific. That's a lot of fun, man. So, which means you're going to have kids who actually have expectations and excitement. It means anytime you're driving kids, you're not driving kids to what I call the incarceration place. I got to go to school. It's like I get to go visit someplace cool.
Yeah.
I mean, so basically, you're a field trip driver. That's like the best job of all time. People are excited.
Yeah.
Nobody's bitter
Oh,
going
yeah.
to visit someplace
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
By the
we love it.
I have a question
love
for
it.
you. Have you ever been approached by a waste disposal company and asked if you wanted to work for them?
No.
By the way, don't be surprised if at some point, if you're really enjoying it, that somebody approaches you and gives you a business card. It's one of the best recruiting tactics that a lot of waste disposal companies like Republic Services and other ones, what they'll do is they'll target bus drivers. You know why, right? You know why you target school bus drivers? Because you actually know how to drive slowly through residential neighborhoods, and you know how to drive carefully around kids and people who are just going about their business or living their lives in a suburban neighborhood. Makes you perfect for the job. You also keep good schedules. You're perfect.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would make as much money or more. Hopefully I would, but I don't really want to do that because from what I understand is you're constantly running, but you don't have time to take pee breaks or anything like that. And it's like, okay, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, if you ever get the offer, though, I know some of them offer 401ks too. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
I get it. I get a state benefits package, and that's
Never mind. We're done here. We're done. You got it. You got it. If you're on the actual, if you're not just working as a contractor, if you're working as an employee of the state, oh no, my sister, you are exactly where you need to be. Well done. Well done. Happy ending for Emily. Happy endings all around.
Yeah. So what are the plans with you guys? I mean, you got 2 more weeks. Are you doing anything after that?
I am. Look,
Vacation.
I can kind of. Well, first of all, I mean, Dre will tell you. Dre can tell you point blank. He feels the same thing. I need a break. I won't lie to you. I have not stopped. Even when I went to Copenhagen to go just do a quick couple of days over there, things went wrong. Things just straight up went wrong, and they just went wrong, and I had to kind of monitor it. I won't lie to you guys. I need a break. Even when we took the time off for Christmas, I was still on the phones. I was still trying to function as both a salesman, functioning as a promo specialist, doing so many things, and that was the problem. Well, I'll be really blunt with you. I could probably make the payrolls. But the problem was you having to prove to clients that you're getting the numbers, but you can't get the numbers unless you can promote, but you can't promote unless you have the money to promote, but you never want to promote before you make payroll. You never want to spend a nickel on anything until you pay your employees. So it turned into this vicious cycle, and that's what happened. And and Emily, I'll be really honest with you, and Dre will back me up here, as many people who have actually, can attest to this. We were being targeted. I mean, straight up being targeted. I mean, it's just that there were people who were deeply invested in this venture not succeeding. The big fear was at some point the engine would turn over, and a lot of people who were engaged in shittification were hoping to stop this. And it's capitalism. People are out there trying to corner their markets, and I get all of that kind of stuff. I have a different take on it. But that's in many ways what happened, and so that's what kind of played itself out. You know.
And with Dave not being there, to me, it also seems like it's not the same vibe anymore.
Yeah, I mean it's something different, and whatever I do is going to be different. I did have plans in case we got to the other side. I'm probably going to Matt's. I don't think anybody else is coming with me. There's some things that I have to do. I've made commitments to clients, and part of the reason why Dre and I are not just closing up shop immediately is we've made commitments to people, commitments to guests.
Yeah.
Wanted to give Claire a chance to either move some of those guests into this week or be able to kind of maintain good relationships with the publicists. I mean, Mark Graney's coming up here in a second. We have a long relationship with him. We can't just be like, yeah, we're not doing a show next week. So we're kind of playing out. We're kind of playing this out. I've always said that if you can end something with as much honor as you started it, you're probably doing okay.
Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate it. Like I said, I haven't been able to listen to too much. I mean, I have the series and stuff on my cars, but not in the bus. I have a radio, but I can't really plug it in, and it's anyway. But we've missed listening to you guys in the morning. Really have so.
Yeah, and we really appreciate the call, Emily. We think the world of you. By the way, I'll tell Claire you said hello. I'll tell Lindsay you said hello. And Dre and I say hello.
Hello,
and
and
thanks
love
for calling.
You're going to keep up to date on Facebook, right?
We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure if it's so much, like I said before, I'm not sure if it's so much a matter of me being done with trucking as I really think that trucking is about done with me. So that's kind of where we're at. So we'll talk soon, though. I'll keep you up and let you know what's going on. Lots of love to you, Emily.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a great day.
You too as well.
You too, love. Thank you for calling.
Great to hear from a person who has a deep passion not only for driving, but loves those trains as well.
Amen.
Loves those trains. Lots of great. Remind me, by the way, if you guys get a chance, go back listen to yesterday's show. If you missed it, Michelle Malsky's segment is really great.
Oh, yes.
Telling you about where the train industry is. 650 separate companies run trains in the United States, in case you guys didn't know that, doing all kinds of groovy and great stuff. And if you have somebody who is looking for a job or an opportunity, a young person looking to kind of start an exciting career, one that's outside and maybe full of adventure, you might want to head over to Spring, S-P-R-I-N-G. She's formed her own organization about getting people excited about the freight industry from the railroad perspective. It's really groovy stuff. I'm also really excited about the fact that Mark Graney is going to be joining us. His new book,
man.
The Hard Line, another Cortland book. The Gray Man is Coming. Anybody knows Kentucky Flatbedder? I don't have time to jump online and do all this stuff, but anybody knows Kentucky Flatbedder? Reach out and tell him the Gray Man's coming. It would break his heart if he didn't get a chance to check him out. The Paranormal Pie Man needs a break as well too, so he says, "Pass me the Kit Kat bar. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar." Yeah. So you can also give us a call if you want to in the next 10 minutes or so at 615-292-6366. A lot of stuff is on the table. We just got finished talking about if you get sick in the cab, what are some of the steps you have? The other question I have, if you get sick in the cab, and by the way, Dre knows this, I always have Alka-Seltzer Cold and Flu on me.
Oh, buddy, keep it on him.
You got to keep that stuff on you. What do you keep in case you get sick? What do you have in your cab? And you can answer in the chat as well. What do you have in your cab in case you get sick to make yourself feel better? Do you carry a kit bag, not a Kit Kat bag? Do you carry a kit bag with the stuff that you need to keep your health in tip-top shape? What are your preventatives, I guess, is an equally good question. People like Marshall out there don't get sick a lot. For those of you I know, a good diet kind of makes the stand there too. But are there other things that you really kind of focus on to prevent the sickness from getting in there? What do you keep in your cab? Give us a call, 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
All right, interesting story. We talked about Alaska before, about going north to Alaska. We know north the rush is on. Well, let's kind of shift to some warm climates. In San Bernardino, there is an electric truck stop. It can now charge almost as many trucks per day as a regular truck stop can fuel. How about that? It's in San Bernardino. It can now charge almost as many trucks per day as a regular truck stop can fuel, thanks to some recent upgrades. The Watt EV electric semi-truck charging depot in San Bernardino, California, recently upgraded itself. allowing it to charge as many as 200 electric semi-trucks per day. The upgrades also allow for megawatt charging capability, a much faster and more powerful charging option for batteries that are equipped to handle it. According to Electric Tech, No, it's spelled Electrek. The upgrades will allow Watt EV to serve nearly as many trucks per day as a regular truck stop does. This is what their CEO had to say in a statement. Watt EV's vertically integrated approach is what truly sets us apart in charging and fleet electrification sector. That model is now driving measurable results at our San Bernardino depot, strong and sustained utilization, currently averaging approximately 700 megawatts per month, has created the need to more than double the site's capacity. I got to tell you, I don't trust reading anything anymore. I just read that and I go, he didn't write that.
Yeah.
That's AI. How many things do you read now where you don't trust them anymore?
Oh God, not too much of reading, but every other video I see. But yeah, when it comes to reading, ever since you pointed out, yeah, I'm starting not to trust a lot of it, especially when it comes to people just writing out these huge paragraphs.
Yeah, and the only people that can really get away with it, I think, are people who actually either go back and rewrite it in their own style or have worked with their AI with an engineering prop so long that the AI can actually generate stuff that looks like they're writing based on their patterns. But even then, you got to go back in there and be like, I wouldn't use that word.
Yeah.
And by the way, guys, if you ever do a cut and paste of ChatGPT into an email, make sure that you remove the phrase generated by ChatGPT from it. One of the first ways you can start is by actually selecting all and then going back to just reducing it back to its regular text that the email has. So, it can be a wonderful tool, but to be honest with you, there really is an enshittification going on here. And I'll tell you, Dean and I talked about it yesterday. You've seen the cartoons all over the Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, I just wanted to try it.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know why it bothers me. I'm not sure why I'm so bothered by it. I mean, maybe I'm just being an old grandpa ranty pants or something, but I just keep thinking about all the wonderful artists out there. Well, I can't afford that. That's right.
Yeah, I was talking to my friend that's a tattoo artist, and it's basically the same situation. You're taking away, and it's like, hey, if you want to do that, that's your thing, and you want to get a little creative because sometimes you're not, or you wanted to feel included because it's kind of a trend thing. Like, hey, that's cool. But whenever it's just taken away from actual artists doing some things, and it's taken away from certain people getting jobs or commercials and all that stuff, because now I'm even seeing commercials that were in Super Bowl that were AI.
Well, no, I mean, let's be real. Absolutely. And the opening credits of the Winter Olympics for NBC are AI.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's AI animation. And by the way, you can see it. And I will tell you this too. This is a weird thing, by the way, a weird one. We've talked about some strange kind of theatrical stuff. So one of the most famous productions of Waiting for Godot, Samuel Beckett's play, actually the first time it was ever staged in the U.S., Dre, it was staged at San Quentin Prison for the prisoners. And they thought, are you out of your mind? You're doing this weird avant-garde Irish play? They said the prisoners couldn't stop crying. They were cheering, laughing. They got the joke. It's two guys who can't leave. Yeah. It's two guys stuck in one space that can't leave. This is interesting. So I know the man that directed it. He was a professor of mine. And he had a tree on the stage, a big, gnarled, rotted, kind of dying tree. And there was a knot inside the tree, the knots that you will see in the tree bark. Mm-hmm. And he actually instructed the two characters, when they tied their shoe, to tie their shoe in such a way that the knot in their shoe looked like the knot in the tree. Now, that's bizarre, right? I mean, people can't see that from the stage, right? They can't pick up on that, right? You know what he said, though?
What did he say?
He said they can feel it. He said people could feel it. And I thought at first he was insane. He was. But he was also right. I'm talking about there's a place where an attention to detail, getting things exactly right, going the extra mile to put your own personal touch, put that tweak in there to give it a unique sense of you and only you, a sense of being. And I think that when you have all that AI slop, what you're doing is I think that all works of art, like all people, like all real people in real life, have an aura about them.
Yeah.
When you walk into a house and somebody's in the house, even if they're not moving, even if
you just feel that energy,
you can feel them in there. And I think from a kind of a cosmic woo place, you can actually get into a cab of a truck and know, even when there's nobody in there, there's been somebody in there.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that? Have you ever walked into a house and nobody's in the house, but somebody was just in the house and they went outside and you can feel them having been in the house?
Oh, God, yeah. The smells, the feel, the energy, the overall just movement. Yeah.
That's my problem with AI.
Yeah.
You can't feel it.
No, you don't have identity anymore. It's
all the same thing. So when I open up LinkedIn and I open up Facebook and everybody's doing their animation themselves, jumping on the bandwagon, and I get it. It's like, look, I did it too. I made the fake doll thing. We did that. And it's like, I don't know if you know this. Tara had a 180 towards the end. She's like, I'm not doing this stuff anymore.
Yeah.
The cartoons, everybody's making the same cartoon. Everybody's just copying everybody else. Everything is a giant gray sea of it. And it's like, at one point, I think part of the fear of electric trucks, and by the way, it's misplaced, but I understand it. Part of the fear of electric trucks is because of that silence. Each truck has its own individual sound, that long, low rumble. And each rumble is a little bit different. A Peterbilt does not sound like, Packard, does not sound like Kenworth. Guys, I know that owned by the same company. Does not sound like a Volvo, and on we go. But when you get the electric truck, I mean, I feel like part of people's fear is that they can feel the enshittification. By the way, that's not enshittification, by the way, but they can feel that lack of something. They feel the lack. They feel the lack of aura, that long, low rumble that distinguishes it. Every truck's got a different sound, except when they're electric, they don't.
Oh, God, the same thing with cars and everything. But going back to AI with, I don't think it's affected me that much when it comes to pictures and stuff, because Facebook has always kind of had something that's like, all right, everybody jumped on the bandwagon. It's a trend. It's just another thing. And that's probably one of the other things why, I'm not on there that much. But when it came to the videos, that's what scared me the most is you have to really sit there and critique and look at a video or even run it through a thing to see if it's real.
Well,
and that's what scares me.
I'll tell you what's interesting. What Mike Gaffin is doing is interesting to me because it's based off of an actual picture.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm comfortable with it. I'm not saying I'm comfortable with it. Oh, by the way, that's the cough. I got to get it out. I got to give the good doctor a call. Oh my God, I got to give Dr. Holly Lucille a call. I think what makes me Mike's pictures are interesting to me because it's based off of aura. And so what I'm going to start doing is watching some of those by Mike's in more detail and see if you can see that the life creeps out of it. Let's go to the phones. Let's see who's giving us. Let's just drop them in, Trey. Let's see who does me.
You got a couple minutes, my brother.
Who you got? What's going on?
Trucker Bosun.
Trucker Bosun, what's happening, brother? No, dude. You sound like Charlie Brown's teacher. We got peanuts coming up.
Sound like you're in the toilet in your truck.
There we go.
There he is. There he is.
Trucker Bosun.
Trucker Bosun on the scene.
Had to switch to a different earbud.
Sounds good, buddy.
What's up? What are you thinking?
You guys talk, Dre, you just mentioned cars. Remember when they came out with that electric Dodge Charger and they actually had to insert a sound system to the car?
That's exactly what I was talking about.
A rumbling motor.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's ridiculous. It's like, because the thing is, in order to really do it right, if you wanted to create the genuine simulacrum, you not only have to put the sound in there, but you would have to install a bass system in the back of it to give it that back feeling rumble. You know what I'm talking about? So it would be like, brrr, but you have to actually rumble the tail would have to rumble a little bit. You can't just make a sound. You'd have to actually build the sound with enough bass in it to actually give a little bit of a shake to the back of the car, right? Am I making sense?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like when we go to the Indy Motor Speedway for the race, you'd have probably about 4 or 5 guys out there with these massive sound systems installed in their cars, and you can hear them halfway across the track.
Yeah, and by the way, the term for it, if you insert the sound, Ray, the term that you're experiencing, the weirdness that you're experiencing, is the exact definition of, wait for it, the uncanny valley, where it's almost, now you get it, right? It's almost the thing, but it ain't quite the thing. And the closer you get, here's what the uncanny valley actually argues. The uncanny valley argues that the closer you get to actually getting it right, the weirder it gets. Do you follow me? It's why we can watch The Incredibles or any of those Pixar movies and we completely accept them as human. Isn't that crazy? Like, we'll watch the way they have characters drawn in The Incredibles or Up and go, oh, yeah, that's perfect. You follow me? Whereas you get something like A Christmas Carol with Jim Carrey, and you're like, that's weird, dude. That's really weird. Or like the Polar Express, that's creepy because it's almost got it, but not quite. You dig?
They can never get the eyes right.
They can never get the eyes right. They can never get the eyes right. We're going to cross our T's and dot our I's, Trucker Bosun. I got to get out of here. We got Mark Graney coming up. The Gray Man's coming. I'm excited. But I got to get you out of here.
Yeah.
Last thought.
All right. One question.
Yeah.
Is Lindsay's show still going to be on Wednesdays?
Lindsay is going to make announcements about how she's going to handle her content and what she's got coming up, but she is going to continue to figure out a way to make sure that we should write. It is a passion project of hers. So we're going to make sure, she's going to make sure she will keep everybody informed. She will keep everybody in the loop. Okay, my friend?
Sounds good.
But we should write will continue regardless. How it continues and where it continues is up to the executive producer, and that is Lindsay Lawler. And don't be surprised if it continues to get bigger and better and grow. Thank you, Trucker B.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll catch you later.
All righty. Hit that music, Dre. We will take a little break here and come back on the other side. Well, that's some Gray Man music right there. We're talking The Hard Line. It's got Irishmen on Blood Vendettas. Got crazy Central American nonsense. It's Mark Graney. What do you expect, man? We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Oh, yeah. We're going to go straight to this interview, by the way. This is a friend of the show. And by the way, he started with us just a couple of weeks into this new venture. And as we kind of wind it down and make plans to make a move in other directions, I am thrilled to welcome back another book and another visit with our good friend Mark Graney, who joins us this morning here on Road Gang Radio. The Hard Line is a perfect entry point for new readers and a great continuation of Mark's longtime legion of fans. It's a major story shift from previous entries in the Epic series, which spotlights one of its most beloved characters, Zach Hightower. But of course, Cortland Gentry is also wandering around and, doing what Cortland Gentry does, which is adapting, improvising, and overcoming. Mark Graney, of course, he needs no introduction. He's a friend of the show. We're thrilled to have him back. You guys know that his Gray Man novels, including The Chaos Agent, Burner, Sierra 6, Relentless. I can go on for a while like this. If I try to cover all the 35 countries that he's actually been to, if I try to cover his bio, it will actually take up the whole segment, and I'd rather talk to him. Hey, Mark, welcome back. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I thought you were going to read all my books. I was starting to fall asleep, so I'm glad you got on with it.
Yeah, by the way, I have read all of them, and I got Dave Nemo and my father addicted to them as well, and it's good to have you back. Congratulations, as always, for completing another one of these marvelous books. This is really, like I said, we are once again... You managed to do a neat trick. A lot of people will do what I call the Law and Order trick of going directly from the pages of. This is not just the headline news. You also worry about things we haven't thought about. It's not just a matter of, we're not playing Romana Clef here. We're playing like shit you didn't think about, and now it might be too late. That's what you're doing. You're also placing our heroes not out to sea, but kind of on their own. They become the ultimate independent contractors in this book, don't they?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting that. So my hero, Court Gentry, who's very much been a loner through a lot of the 15 books of this series. In this one, he has a very small cadre of friends, but they have been sort of forced to start this organization they call Ghost Town, which is kind of an off-the-books intelligence shop, and they're doing jobs directly for the head of operations for the CIA. But as soon as they open up, as soon as they put their shingle out, I guess the U.S. government is infiltrated with some sort of bad actors who are stealing secrets and assassinating people in counterintelligence around the country. So Ghost Town, Court, and the other guys at the pointy end of the spear are out there trying to find and stop these assassins.
Yeah, and the other thing about it too is that it's a great like I said, it's a different book from the rest of them, and I don't mean that it's different in the sense that it's less exciting or that it's less action-driven. All the stuff that we've come to expect from these books is very much there. But there are a couple of little kind of messages in there, and I'd like you to talk about them. The danger of purging governments, functional governments, of institutional knowledge, whether that is by removing them from the board or removing them from the world. And I was noticing that, one of the things that's kind of playing itself out here is you're not just getting rid of people of import to replace them with people that you want there, but you're also getting rid of people who know where the bodies are buried. And when you start doing that, it makes it very, very hard to respond to the bad guys because they, in fact, control the flow of information and how that information is received and interpreted. Was that part of the design? Did you kind of set that up as an experiment, a what if, or did that begin to kind of unfold as you were putting the book together?
Well, it was part of the initial plot that there was this larger government conspiracy. I'm of an age where I love like old 70s kind of conspiracy movies where you don't know who to trust, and I almost feel like America, unfortunately, has gotten to that degree in some points, and do we trust people in government? Do people in government trust us as the citizenry? What is this America going to look like America in 10 years? And so I just wanted to sort of play with those thoughts. And so I created this group called Gauntlet, which is a security, sort of an intelligence contractor that works. And there are organizations like this in the government, but I'm giving them just this power that's just growing and growing and growing. And as they dig in deeper into the U.S. intelligence community, they start to, as you said, root out people who have been performing really important functions. And some of the people are being killed, and not necessarily killed by Gauntlet officers, but being killed by these 5 assassins who come in from abroad, who are brought in by this entity. And so Ghost Town, Court Gentry, and the gang have to sort of do their best to unravel this. I made sure that they're not the investigators. They're the pointy end of the spear, as I said, and they're going after the bad guys. But I wanted to sort of play with this idea of this big, heavy government conspiracy and infiltration because, it's like a Watergate thing or, things that you would see in the 70s or people would talk about. And it was interesting to write about as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, by the way, and thank you for telling me that because I might just go back. One of the things I do, Mark, when I read your books is actually I have a playlist called Mark Graney. I'm not kidding. And I sit down and I have a series of different things that play in the background. One thing I have not added to it, and there is a composer who did the music for the Parallax View, and he did all of Alan J. Pakula's films. And by the way, right now his name is escaping me, which I usually can just kind of dream up. But I call it the tinkling of a piano, making you in the sense that the world that is surrounding you is no longer the world that you thought it was. And there are moments in the book that play themselves through, which is why it's so important that our friend Cortland in this particular book needs to have, and it's good that, all right, bear with me because I'm kind of thinking out loud now. I suddenly realized that part of the reason that you could not write this book until now is that you had not created enough of a universe of associates and compadres that we as readers could trust to surround Cortland with, because so many of the books about who you can trust, there's been enough characters that have been developed in your universe that give us enough of a grounding so that he really isn't like, like I hate to use Steve Rogers as an example because I've always said Winter Soldier is simply a dark sequel to 3 Days of the Condor, but it's that sort of 3 Days of the Condor world that he's entering into in this one, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that was the feel and the vibe that I wanted. It's all a backdrop over his real mission in this story, which is to avoid the man who's desperately trying to kill him, who I'm sure you'll talk about, is a Northern Irish assassin named Campbell Coyle, who has this very personal reason for going after Court. And I don't mind spoiling.
No,
it.
It's early in the book.
That's
That's an inciting incident. I mean, that gets us going. That is not, guys. Trust me. We can tell you the first 50 pages of this book, and it doesn't set up anything that's coming other than what I would call the collision courses that you put into motion.
Yeah. I talked to my editor years ago, and I said I always wanted to write a Gray Man story where some little thing that he does in a previous book comes back to haunt him in a crazy way. And the way that I expressed it to him, almost jokingly, was Court's running along a cliffside trying to get to the real bad guy, and he knocks some little henchman off the side of the cliff and keeps going. And that one little thing comes back after him, and that's what happens in this book. Court kills the son of someone, unbeknownst to him, is an incredibly legendary IRA assassin whose code name is Whetstone. And so this whole big conspiracy that's going on in the U.S. government, as far as Whetstone's concerned, it's just an excuse to get him into America and get intelligence about how to get his hands around Court's neck. And so there's these two apex predators going at it, in front of the backdrop of this bigger mission going on. I think was the thing that really spurred this book on in my brain.
But what's really funny is it's a case of swallowing the spider to catch the fly, because it's funny that one thing leads to another, and of course it sets up the events. It actually happens during the previous book. Okay, so if I get this straight. He actually goes to a bunch of Bulgarian gangsters in an attempt to get into Russia, but it turns out that he actually was responsible for the murder of somebody that a friend of the Bulgarian Russian then went to prison for. So because of what he had done in regards to knocking one henchman off the cliff, in order to extract himself from the situation knocking that henchman off the cliff did to him, he ends up knocking another henchman off the cliff, which is what puts Whetstone into action. Did I get that right?
Yes, and it it sounds kind of opaque, but in the story, I mean, it just shows that there's these second order of effects. I've always, in all 15 Gray Man books, when my hero gets hurt, he gets medical attention for it, or he suffers for it, or if there's psychological, so he loses someone he loves, it affects him and it changes him. And I always want to, these books are huge and over the top stories, but I always want to treat them with as much. Like I've always used to tell my agent, it's like it's my job to sell this cockamamie, just over the top story as best I can. And part of that is just to think about, if this really happened, if I was really this guy, how would I react, and how would these second order effects? It's not like Batman where you just go in and say biff and pow and knock the bad guys down and win the day. It's the reality is just a lot messier, I guess, and it's just it's what I like to do is explore that stuff.
Well, what I also really like, and once again, we can live in the first 70 pages of this because it doesn't give anything away. In the sequence where he ends up killing the Irishman's son, where he ends up killing him, the Irishman's son actually is the best trained person on the scene. Matter of fact, if they had been 5 of him at the situation, Cortland's might have had a much tougher time kind of executing his plan. What ends up happening, though, is he gets shot, but you then there's a moment where we're like, okay, wait a minute, how does he survive this? And then later on in a coming chapter, he then, and this is what you have to always get right, how does somebody get shot at that close range and still manage to survive? So you have to go through the detail of taking off the jacket and explaining the technicalness of the jacket that allows him to have maneuverability and still be able to take a bullet at that close a range, which plays itself out. So that kind of technical stuff is always on your mind too, not from just a neato-mosquito process, but to allow the improbable not to become the impossible, right?
Yeah, I'm always fascinated with that stuff, and I want to use it where it's, I never want to just put technology in the book for the sake of, letting people know that I've done some research. It always has to fit in its place. And I spend a lot of time seeing what's out there and doing some training with, let's say, firearms. And in this case, it's a certain type of body armor that's kind of new on the scene, very, very thin, but still effective against handgun caliber rounds and things like that. So I wanted to work that. When I first learned about Hyperline body armor, I'm like, yeah, that's got to go in somewhere. And then I found myself needing that. So all that lazy goof off time where I'm looking at guns and technical stuff almost just for fun, does work its way into the stories eventually.
Well, that's the other thing too, and this is one of them. You and I have talked about process on here as well, and it's something that I try to encourage a lot of our listeners who want to write stories, want to tell stories, is you have to, if you're going to be an artist, if you're going to be somebody who sustains a living like this, there's a point where you have to give yourself permission to play. It's funny because you've joined us on what we call Maintenance Tuesdays here. We have a segment called Highway to Health, and we have a segment called Maintenance Matters. And both people, in one way or another, ended up encouraging people to play. So the guy who actually runs Travel Centers of America's maintenance department, Kevin, really encouraged our listeners today to take the time to read their OEMs and to read their books, to read the manuals, to really sit down and read the manuals and play around with a lot of the stuff in there and to kind of figure out how it works. If you don't do this stuff, it slows down the writing process. And if you don't use downtime to be a goofball and go find really cool stuff that's going on in the world, and that you don't have it readily at your fingertips, and sometimes that can slow down the process, and you're like, okay, how do I make this happen? As opposed to already knowing how to make it happen by goofing off and spending some time, rather than being enraged on the internet, finding cool shit or going to libraries and finding cool shit, right?
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, you can waste that time, or you can still enjoy yourself and make it better. When my entire decade of my 20s, all I did was read novels, and really novels in this genre. And I wanted to be a writer, and I would always kind of chastise myself, going like, you need to sit down and be writing and not just goofing off reading, 6 Robert Ludlum novels at the same time, or Nelson DeMille and stuff. It's like that was like my entertainment. And I would always tell myself, okay, you've got to get serious. You have to get serious. And I look back and I go, that created me, honestly. I didn't take writing classes. It's like I became just sort of a wellspring of knowledge of the genre, I guess, from enjoying myself. And I mean, that's the only way. When people go, you work so hard to get published, I'm going like, well, I don't know that I did. I had a day job, and that felt like work. But everything that I did for this passion of mine didn't really feel like work. And so I put a whole decade in there where, in the back of my head, I was going, you're being lazy. And it was, I think it was the thing that really worked for me. So I think people, definitely should, get out of their head as far as, what they quote unquote should be doing, and get more detailed into what's important.
I'll tell you this, man. My favorite memory of high school, Mark, was a friend of mine and I spent an entire summer. We'd wake up, we would cut lawns in the morning, because in New Orleans, if you're cutting lawns in the afternoon, you're going to die of heat stroke. So we would cut people's lawns in the morning. We would order a pizza. We watched 113 movies over that entire summer. And that didn't include the ones we went to on opening day. I'm talking about, because video, all that stuff was brand spanking new, Betamax and VHS and all that. And I look back on that and I realize I literally jump-started a love affair with the movies in that moment, so that I can watch them now and have a complete reference to them. And I don't think people really appreciate to be mindful while they're goofing off and doing something that fills them with joy about what it is they're learning and what it is they're teaching themselves. And I hate to make a comparison to the gray man here, but so much of us believing that he can do the things that he does is the repetition of the books. And I don't mean the books are repetitive. I just mean that we, by reading through all of these books and seeing him get into all these tight situations, we're able to believe it more and more, in the same way we believe Tom Cruise is Ethan. It's Ethan Hunt. We believe it because we've seen him navigate increasingly tighter situations. Is that fair?
Yeah, totally. And you build trust in the reader by putting things in there. And somebody asked me yesterday, they're like, do you write your characters into a corner and then figure it out, or do you map out the situations they're going to get into. And I'm like, I completely write myself in the corner. And, I like to think in the viewpoint of the antagonist when I'm getting my hero into a mess, and then think in the viewpoint of the protagonist when I'm getting him out of the mess, because I think that shows up on the page where the situations can seem so incredibly dire, and they don't seem manufactured to here's how I'm going to get my guy through the situation. Now, I may go back in editing and work in a little bit of foreshadowing of what he does, but I really want the scenarios to feel urgent, and one way you do that is you don't really game them from the start. Sometimes I'll very, very much frustrate myself. I will have written myself into a corner, and I'm like, I'm not smart enough to get out of this. Maybe he is, but I've got to somehow figure this out. And the good thing for me is I had 6 months to work on it, whereas in the book, he has like 2 seconds to make a decision. So I look smarter than I really am, but that's kind of how I play it.
Well, I'll tell you this too, though. There are some clever things that people often kind of groan during movies when the Bond villain kind of elaborates his or her plan and how they're going to do it. It's like, why are you telling them this? I don't understand why you're doing this. You don't fall into that problem because, once again, we're using the beginning of the book as our model here as we talk to our good friend Mark Graney about his new book, The Hard Line, another Gray Man book. Is that the arrogance, the youth, and the stupidity, and the cocaine of the Bulgarian gangster at the beginning of the book is what they should have just killed him on the spot. And you're like, well, why don't you do that? And then you realize, oh, no, you're a jackass. And it's okay, as opposed to if you're an evil genius and you don't kill him on the spot, what are you thinking? And it's always about sometimes the corner they get out of isn't because of their own brilliance. It's sometimes that the people you're up against are morons. And that's okay if you establish them as morons, right?
Yes, and I think if you spoke to people in law enforcement, I'm sure you have, you hear that is often the case. People are the bad guys are their own worst enemy. The problem is there's just so darn many of them. Sometimes it's not that they're all evil geniuses. It's just the actual multitude.
We were across the street one time, Mark. I've told this story on a few occasions. We were across the street at this crime scene, and this car drives by, and he's on the other side of the median, so the speed limit doesn't apply to him. It's 35 miles an hour, and he's coming by, and he sees all these policemen, and he slows down to 15, and the sergeant next to me bellows out at the top of his lungs. He says, "That's a real good way not to draw suspicion to yourself by slowing down around policemen for no reason." Yeah, they're out there, Mark, and they're incredibly stupid, a lot of them, which is why minions often get knocked off of. It's interesting too because it brings up the Irishman. It brings up Whetstone again. His son is not like the rest of these morons. He's a desperate man in a desperate situation, so he has he has a great deal of skill here. But isn't it funny that when minions get whacked, nobody seems to care? When somebody who is highly skilled and highly qualified gets whacked, it's going to get back to somebody because somebody created them. And in this case, it's the day.
And I wrote that opening, whatever that is, 40 pages of the book with the Gray Man almost as the villain, if you think of it that way. Like, we're not in his point of view.
That's exactly how I thought of it. Yeah.
In that scene. And I remember when I was writing it, getting kind of scared, going, you haven't done this before. Are people going to freak out? Are people going to be mad? It's like I haven't waited 50, 60 pages to get into the Gray Man's point of view in any of these 15 books. And it felt like such a departure. I'm like, am I breaking the rules here? And finally I just said, I'm on book 15. People have stuck with me I have this amazing legion of people that really like these books. And it's like, I'm going to trust them to trust me on this. And let's hope we're all right and see how it opens up. And I'm happy how it turned out.
Well, the other thing is, too, the reason why the sequence works and doesn't completely... I had that thought, too, the idea. I'm like, oh, my God, I suddenly realized the Gray Man is the antagonist in this scene. But the reason why I think it works is because the gangster, is because the client in the scene is so villainous. That that we're not really blaming Cortland for what happens. We're blaming the fact that they had just given him what he asked for. None of this would have happened, and the world would have gone on, and this guy would have gotten his 3 months in, made his money, and gotten the hell out of the situation. It's the bad guys that create this situation. This guy just happens to be collateral damage in it, where he's the main character. And that's kind of a really great thing. Okay, Mark, we're going to run out of time here. I can't believe how fast this always goes by when we're in the show. I did want to ask you how your travels are going, how your adventures are going. Not so much what you're working on next, but what you're playing with right now. What are you looking up? Where are you going? So what's happening with you?
I just went to the Tyrolean Alps of Austria to do research for next year's book. And I have this really bad habit of not being able to travel in the season to the location that I'm researching. So, if I want to go to, if the book takes place in January in the Alps, I usually find myself there in August or something. And so I guess it was close to Christmas time, and I was going like, well, it's too bad I don't have the time to go to Austria because this is where a big part of my next book is going to take place. And I'm like, all right, let's just look at a calendar and see if you can move some stuff around. And so I squeezed in a trip in the dead of winter and up into the Alps, and I'm really glad I did. I live in Memphis, Tennessee, which is just flat and hot and buggy, and so like it's good for me to get to places that I haven't been. And then I'm going to, after my book tour, my wife and I are going to the Grand Caymans, and it is there is a work component in it, but it's mostly just she and I vacation because we don't get a lot without the kids. Just the two of us. We went to New York just as a twofer once last year for like 4 days, and it wasn't work related. I wasn't up there seeing agents and stuff. But usually, I mean, it's been very few of those just she and I vacation type things. So it's mostly going to be that, but I do have like a 1 day work component there. So I'm excited about that. Renting a house in Hawaii this summer, which will be all the kids and plus a couple of stray kids that are coming along and my mother-in-law. So I'm looking forward to that. So I do have some travel coming up, but then I've got books to write as well.
The other thing I wanted to kind of ask you about, and this is a political question, but don't worry, it's not a party question. It's more of an international question. I won't put you on the spot like that. And I know, like us, it's important that all your fans have a place of relation with you. The authoritarian urge, and like I said, a lot of people have not really read that. They know the book, The End of History, but they really haven't read the book, The End of History, or know how it ends. What do you think across the globe right now is this urge towards an authoritarian mindset? This idea, because of the bad guys in this book, it's that thing of like, the people don't know what's good for them and we're going to give it to them. Or, the idea of I need to control every aspect of society, whether it's Putin or Xi or, the illiberal impulses over in India. What do you think? It makes for great villains, but what do you think is going on with all of that? Where do you think that comes from?
There's a couple of things, and one of them, and it's probably not the number one thing, but it's one thing that it's very striking to me is the oligarchs in Russia, the billionaires who help support the regime. I'm seeing that growing to other countries as these big billionaires are supporting more authoritarian leadership, obviously to get what they want. But has
anybody told them what Putin did to the original wave of billionaire oligarchs who tried to work?
Of course, I would hope that Mikhail Khodorkovsky and him being one of the few ones that's not didn't fall to his death out of a basement window or however all these guys are dying. It's like it doesn't end well for them usually because you end up getting swallowed by the thing that you help create. But that's one aspect of it that I see it in Asia, and I see it obviously in the United States, and I see it in Europe. And I just feel like this is really the time of dictatorships and authoritarians. And it is scary. I think maybe policies that disenfranchised people, the electorate to some degree, were being rebelled against originally. And, there's a thing they say in Russia, and of course I can't remember the exact quote now, but it's like people will give up liberty for security. And, if you give up liberty for security, you sort of end up with neither down the road. It might seem like a good idea at the time. And I think there is some of that. And I've been a student of history as I bet you have too. And you see things playing out and you're going like, what's going on here? It's like, we know how this ends. This just gets bigger, and the rise of authoritarians in Turkey, and it's really disconcerting, and it's something I've definitely had my eye on. I've written about it in earlier Gray Man books. I don't want every Gray Man book to be like, hey, here's what's going on in Russia. So this book has nothing to do with that sort of stuff. But but it does in a way, because it does show a rise of very cynical people in the U.S. government who are taking money from foreign powers in order to amass more power for themselves.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to do a shameless plug here. Lindsay, who you know, who's been hosting with me for the better part of 2 years, has a wonderful podcast right now. And at some point, I'm plugging her. I'm forcing you on the spot. You have to go on her podcast because it's called We Should Write.
I love it.
And it's about the therapeutic power of writing. And you can actually find it on Spotify, every place you get your podcast. She does it on a regular basis. And she's going through the same thing you're going through right now. They were over in Nashville during this freeze, man, and they got knocked to high heaven. But she'll be reaching out to you, I know, at some point to get you on that podcast. It's a great chance because I got to tell you, man, therapeutically, I know writing saved your life, and I'm hoping as I begin to make my move into other areas that it'll save my life as well. Mark, as always, it's great talking to you, brother, and congratulations on getting another one of these under your belt. I had a lot of fun with this one. Really appreciate it.
Well, thanks so much. I always enjoy these talks, so hope to see you again.
We'll talk soon. Mark Graney, of course, always great to have him on. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Hey, guys, don't forget, if you haven't listened to all of Lindsay's We Should Write, you should get your butt over there now. Check it out on Spotify. Check it out on iTunes. Check it out on Apple Podcast, every place that you actually listen to all that groovy stuff. Catch yourself up because there's more good stuff coming from her on the We Should Write front. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves, and we'll be back after these messages. Another great guest. They have to follow Mark Graney, but that's okay too. Thank you, guys. We'll talk at you guys soon. We'll be right back after this.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We are back live with Radio Nemo, a.k.a. Road Gang Radio, with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Always thrilled to be here. Like I said, today's show is really, really fun as we kind of rack, pack, and stack folks into the final 2 weeks of this particular show because we are actually all moving on to different things, sometimes together, sometimes apart, but often better and more fun things for us as Dave Nemo is finally going to get a chance to get that retirement that he kept on delaying. I want you guys to go to critacademy.com, CRIT Academy.com, because you will find out about the wonderful world of our next guest, who we're thrilled to welcome. Justin Hanlon is joining joining us. Guys, I got to tell you, the moment Claire sent me this, you guys know who I am. You know what I'm like. So you know exactly what we're going to be talking about here. At Crit Academy, they believe you must bring your whole self to the table, the gaming table, if you want to thrive in today's crazy world. Your personality, your sense of humor, and most importantly, your heart. All of those elements inspired these guys to create a D&D podcast back in 2016. In the Crit Academy podcast, what they're doing is providing guidance and inspiration to both players and dungeon masters. So, Trucker Bosun, I know you're excited. A number of our over-the-road trucking listeners love this stuff, as do I, although I'm more of a Call of Cthulhu sort of fella. We achieve this through product review, inspirational ideas and concepts. They're giving you tips and tricks. And, of course, most importantly, as we love here, open discussion. And I would really recommend, guys, go over to critacademy.com and find out about this wonderful organization, this wonderful podcast, and this wonderful guest, Justin Handlin, who joins us this morning. Welcome. We're thrilled to have you.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jimmy. How are you today, man?
I'm really good. And, you know, I'd like to kind of jump into a little bit of bio stuff before we actually get to the other kind of stuff as well, too. Tell me about how your love affair with tabletop gaming and role-playing begins. I mean, every superhero's got an origin story. What's yours?
Well, I don't know that I would be considered a superhero origin, but when I was younger, you know, I grew up with a family with, you know, not a lot of money, right? So finding entertainment was the go-to thing, whether it was hanging outside or whatever, but had a, you know, buddy kind of bring me in, and he's like, hey, I've got some friends that are doing this thing. Do you wanna come and give it a shot? I was like, you know, that sounds fun. When do we do it or whatever? And obviously, it was easier then because everyone lived nearby. You could, you know, go outside, run around. But early on, they introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons. My first game definitely was rough. Didn't really know what I was doing. Rules were really complicated. We mostly just made everything up. But that, I think, is what kind of started it all. Of course, this was also near the time where they had, like, the satanic panic, too. So when my grandmother and family found out, they're like, oh, you can't play that. They're summoning demons. I'm like, no, they're not. It's make-believe, which forced me to try other, you know, variations of tabletop games, Risk, and to name a few. But that's really where it all started, because you could really just do it with a pen and paper, and we could, you know, that was something we had aplenty.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I grew up in, I'm basically a child of the 70s. And, we had to fight like hell at our grammar school to actually make a little what we called inside time at a Catholic school, no less, to kind of play this stuff at the table. By the way, they weren't the worst ones about it. The Catholics, I don't know if you know this, but the first major Christian religion to say that Harry Potter was okay was the Pope, who says, that's a wild story unto itself, how that actually plays out, how they give it the seal of approval. It's about immortality was the breaking point for them, where they said this is cool. But there really was a sense that, God forbid, people should sit around and use their imaginations. We got to stop these kids from doing this before, Aleister Crowley takes over. Oh no, he'd be a great villain. So let's go with that instead. So you get the idea of how this plays out.
There was a lot of that. For sure.
So here's what's so crazy about it. We're now at the point where there are videos where John Bernthal is being taught how to play D&D. It is suddenly all over the place. So can you talk to us, given your own background, your own satanic panic background, how we go from it's the devil's dice to suddenly becoming like, well, everybody cool plays D&D. What happened?
I think a lot of it had to do, it come down with a more understanding, right? In my understanding, which is, very limited because I was a child growing up, excuse me. But, everything was based on what you heard on TV, and everything you watched was basically your primary information was, the TV and the newspaper. So there was limited access to what the overall populace actually thought, and it kind of drove it. I think as understanding and access to knowledge became easier, it's no longer being funneled into a specific, I don't know, if a favorite TV show or whatever. And by opening it up to, your phone, accessing it through whatever social media or streaming through YouTube or whatever, I do think it makes it easier to communicate what the actual intent is. Because at least from my perspective, it took a while, but I was finally able to convince my grandma when she said go out and play. That's kind of what I was doing. What's different from going out and playing with make-believe characters with your friends, or playing with your little, cowboys and Indians, action figures versus just rolling a set of dice and then determining what those actions are. It took a while because nobody wants to listen to the kids, right? But I do think that getting around to the fact that it was no different than just writing a story or sitting at a campfire was a good example. How many people, nobody was, up in arms about, hey, they're summoning demons when they're telling campfire stories. No, it was a good way to explain that. And I think that as time went on, that understanding as mediums and entertainment, especially video games, took over, it became easier to understand that it's not real. And I think that was the driver. As far as the biggest change, it being in media, things like Critical Role really had a big impact, or, Stranger Things, that coming out in, the last, decade has had a huge impact on that for people that didn't really understand what it was because they didn't have the wherewithal to go and try to figure it out themselves, and I think the example with John Bernthal is a good example of taking somebody that doesn't understand it and just telling a story right there and explaining how the rules work is one of the best and easiest ways to educate somebody on what the game is, because you get disarmed pretty quickly of any aggression you would have or preconceived notions. So I think that the fact that you have easier access to those sorts of moments has really also driven it to a much more popular place. And then COVID helped a lot too.
Yeah,
nobody could go anywhere.
Yeah, it really did. The other thing is too, it's like, it's taken me a long time to kind of explain it to the people that I love. And I don't mean like people I love who look at me askance, but people, people who go like, I really want to get into this, but it seems so complicated. And I want you in a moment to give advice to beginners. One thing I tell people is, you focus too much on the entire world. I tell people, when you come up with your character sheet, I said your character sheet, the way I explain it is that your dungeon master pretty much controls what you're going to encounter. Your character sheet is your rule book. Stop worrying about everybody else's character sheets and all the other stuff. Focus on the story and focus on your percentages. And you are given a series of you are given a series of numbers you are rolling against. All you're doing is playing a really fun game of percentages. And it gets better and it gets better and better at the gift of the imagination of both the storyteller and the people who decide to actually enter into the process of collaboratively creating that story with them.
Yeah, I think that that's great advice in more than one way, not just for narrowing the scope of focus for the people that are playing, but also to allow them to dial in the fact that this dictates what your character is capable of. What form that takes is up to you. One of the examples I've used for new players is, anyone can attempt to walk across a tightrope, but do you think the guy with, a low, just wearing clothing and has expert balance is going to be better at it than the fully plated, warrior or fighter, paladin? Yes, they can both try, but those dice are going to determine your success, not just because of the nature of your character's stats, but also the chance of random things that could happen. Maybe the rope breaks, and that is almost like a dopamine hit, to be honest, what's going to happen. And when you focus on too much, it can be overwhelming. But if you just focus on the one thing, like you said, your character sheet, everything else the game master usually takes care of for you. And then that's when you start to see the magic. Because people that play video games, for example, they're so used to having invisible walls, or I can only do this because this button allows me to do it. That changes. And as they focus more on their character sheet, the more they realize that opportunity becomes limitless. And I think that's one of my favorite parts about it, when they delve more into the character than how their character interacts with the world, and then let it unfold naturally, which is fantastic.
By the way, we a lot of people chat. We have a lot of people on our chat, and one of our D&D players, who's also an over-the-road trucker, says, "Talking horse thief burglarizes a castle, looks at the guard square in the eyes, and says, 'No one will ever believe you.'" I just wanted to kind of add that in there. Thank you so much for sharing that, Trucker Bosun. But like I said, that's the other thing too, is that it's one of those few games where everybody has a different rule book and nobody's upset about the fact that everybody does. They simply come to a situation and turn and say, your rule book actually is more advantageous than my rule book for doing what has to be done next. Or sometimes everybody collaboratively sitting down with their rule books and saying, we don't have the right number of rule books to do what has to be done next. We've got to figure out a workaround. And on it goes. And I explain it that way not to people who know how to play. I explain it to people who need to be told that the federal government is an insurance company with an army. And they go, oh, I understand it now. I get it. And that's the kind of way it kind of lands at home. The other thing that I wanted to you brought up video games. And one of the really cool things about this, too, is anybody who's played the Soulsborne game or any sort of RPG realizes that this is ground zero. The creation of these games, Gary Gygax back in the day literally gave us the blueprint for what would become the modern RPG, even with JRPGs, right?
Yeah. And it's interesting because he didn't set out to do that. If I remember when he first started that, he was playing, was Chainmail, right? It was like the first thing. His thoughts stemmed from, well, what if I was just the one little guy instead of this like entire army? What would that be like? You know, what is his day-to-day life? And I think that the start of that is something that really did revolutionize not just the tabletop industry, but every industry. I mean, there's movies that are fantasy-based, books, novels, you know, all that stuff is greatly impacted by people like Gary Gygax for setting the tone of what's expected in fantasy, I believe. Well, that's my perspective.
I'm going to put stuff in perspective for you because in 1981, I went to a convention called Volcon where I actually played Queen of the Demon Web Pits, but the only place we went to was the Night World of Vlad Tolenkov was the only entry point we were able to get to before the whole party was killed. It was very, very, very different time back then.
Brutal.
It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. The other thing is, too, is the fact that you guys deal with this as well. And I want, like I said, let me get to this first. Let me ask you, I've given my advice, but I want to hear what you would tell people who are just looking to get into this and have never done it before, and you want to get excited about it. What do you really push on them? What do you say, this is what's going to get you going?
So for me, you know, D&D's never been more accessible. So if you want to play, there are so many resources and things you can do to just go play. Roll20, for instance, is one of my favorite digital platforms. Not only does it have the digital so you can play across the world, but it includes like the basic rules for you. But better than that, people host games on there and invite new players. They'll say new player friendly because they want you to come. They don't care if you are experienced or not. So if you really are looking to just give it a go and you don't know anybody right away, or maybe you want to test it, so when you show up to ask your friend to play with them later, where they're more advanced and you're more intimidated by it, you get a couple games under your belt. Because there are so many resources out there of people that want you to come, because as a game master, one of the best things to do is to bring another person into the hobby and help it grow. So if you're looking and you're interested, whether you're interested in storytelling, problem solving, just socializing. It's one of the best parts about any tabletop game, D&D or otherwise, is the socializing aspect of it and making new friends. So if you're looking to get into it, I recommend visiting some of those sites. Roll20 is the one I recommend, where you can just go and sign up and you'll reach out to the game master. And if you don't know what you're doing, say, hey, I've never played, I might need some help. 9 times out of 10, they are eager and excited to come help you. So don't be afraid to give it a shot. The fear will keep you away more than anything else.
By the way, we always joke about this on this show. So as you know, a lot of our listeners are over-the-road truckers. And one of the things we tell people, one of the most heartbreaking things, I tell people this all the time. If you want to break somebody's heart, don't call upon their expertise. Benjamin Franklin once said when he figured out that asking someone to do you a favor is one of the great gifts you can not only give yourself, but them as well. The idea of saying, I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't. I just want to have a good time with everybody else. Can you help me? The generosity of spirit that people are often met with when they do that is one of the great icebreakers of all time. And if you listen to their podcast, guys, by the way, that spirit really does infuse that. Let's talk a little bit about the podcast, but also about the stuff that you guys do. You like that transition? Not bad, huh? It's almost like I get paid to do this. But let's talk about, though, the podcast and how that kind of spills in, because I can't help but think as you guys talk that you aren't also going like, I could use that for an idea. I could use that for an adventure. Oh, that would improve this situation. Tell us about the podcast.
So the podcast came about for honestly one simple reason. My wife was complaining that I spend too much time talking about it and playing D&D. So she'd rather I find a way to get it so she doesn't have to listen to it, because when she's the person around, she's the person that I talk to about it, and she's not interested in the slightest. So me and my friend said, well, why don't we just dedicate a week a night and we just get together and talk to you? Well, why wouldn't we just play D&D? Well, not everyone shows up. So then it kind of rolled into, well, we could get a mic and record this and, save our discussions for later. And we did a couple sample runs of that, and we enjoyed it so much. We're like, well, maybe we can do something with this. Maybe other people can benefit, because basically what we're going to talk about are things that we struggled with ourselves, or things that we're always trying to find inspiration for. So we started it kind of as just more of a gas than anything else, like, hey, let's talk about, what's going on in our lives. Not that anybody cares. But then let's talk about some D&D, how to play D&D. What are the things we always want? I'm always looking for how to be a better game master, how to be a better player. I'm looking for cool monster items. Especially with 5th edition when it came out, the monster book was a little bit sad. But there was, we decided, well, what if we created variants? What if we created DM tips? So, we, scoured our catalogs and our books and our knowledge to build things we believe worked, that worked for us at least, and apply them in a way that was fun and entertaining, and hope somebody would want to listen, and turns out people did. And we did 300 plus episodes, and it was a lot of fun. And the whole goal there is first learn how to play, then provide tips. And then obviously we shaped the different main topics based on what we thought would be a fun topic discussion, whether it was interviewing content creators or discussing, decisions made by Wizards of the Coast, or covering lore in some respects. And it ended up just coming out to being a nice 2-hour thing to do every week. And I really enjoyed it. Even with the changes to the new rules, I still think 90% of all the content is incredibly valuable to veterans and new players. So long as, you don't mind a show that's not suitable for young children and some adults.
Well, and that's part of the challenge, isn't it? I mean, people don't understand that. Is like, we have very good friends who have been on this show numerous times who have, Strange Studies of Strange Stories podcast, HP Podcraft, when they started off there. And they had to play that game really difficult because, Patton Oswalt ended up on the show at one point, and he is inclined to use the F-bomb. And you've got to make that you've got to make that judgment, though. You're like, because especially in your situation where there are younger people who might gravitate towards it, you've got to kind of make those determinations of where you're going to take the content. People don't realize that, doing a podcast or a live radio show, you've got to determine who are your listeners. And then you've also got to, I want to ask you this question. How much tweaking, when you guys begin to see your data, where you're able to be like, okay, so here's who really seems to be gravitating towards it. We've got to make a choice. Do we expand, or do we really focus on this group here and make sure that we're serving them as an audience without betraying what we stand for at the same time? And the other question I have from a data standpoint is, anybody anyplace else listening to you guys that isn't in the United States?
So to answer your first question, it didn't take long. I think once we hit our first 10,000 listens is when I actually started paying attention to the data. And once I learned that, 85% of our viewership was over 30 and only 5% was under 18, we decided that we didn't really care about the swearing or what kind of tangents we got on that may or may not be, something that a child should hear. And that's why every episode opens with "This show may not be suitable for young children," because we realize that that's not our core audience. Even though our goals and tools apply, we didn't want to pull too far away from that. Now, in this day and age, you've got, TikTok and YouTube algorithms that, will suppress you for stuff like that. So moving forward, that's not exactly something that I'm as I'd be a little more conscientious of. But yeah, the data basically said that the vast majority of the people are well over, adulthood, so I don't have to worry about it. And we chose to go that route. But also it allowed us to do tips and tricks or monsters that were a little more, bad, I guess. One really good example is I got a really I'll never forget that. I got a nasty email from somebody that listened to one episode when we were talking about, and I don't remember the monster details exactly. I think it was the cackling zombie, where you run into these things. They die really easy, but they have a chance to spread a disease. Well, this guy's happened to be listening to it during COVID, so got a nasty gram about how can you talk about spreading diseases and stuff. I was like, dude, that was from an episode 3 years ago, man. Like, Phil. But getting into the nitty-gritty details of how that makes for interesting mechanics. Well, the heroes go in, they wipe out the threat, they come back and then spread, and they wipe out an entire village. That to me is an interesting story concept. That dude didn't think so, but timing is everything, I suppose.
Well, and the other thing is the fact that there's a point where you got to start telling people deeply, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, drop dead like a zombie, because there is a point where you got to say that anything that deals with D&D, horror stories, horror movies, any of it, is right. That they are attempts. They are actually acts of exorcism, where you are attempting to conduct any sort of exorcism to exercise the anxieties that you carry, and sometimes giving them cathartic release. Once again, just like the socialization aspect you talked about, that catharsis makes a big difference, right? I mean, it's about letting people let off genuine emotional steam. I'd rather have somebody cleaving an orc through the skull than fighting their brother on the top bunk, right? I mean,
right. Absolutely. And the thing that also makes that kind of interesting is if our goal is to inspire people with unique and creative ideas, if our tips and tricks, our monsters, our magic items do that, then we've achieved our goal, no matter how vile somebody may think they are. And we don't force anybody to use those things. When we did our Unearthed Tips and Tricks books, we didn't say you have to get them. I guess maybe I decided you probably want to get it, but you don't have to use everything that we provide. You take what works for you, and your table is different, and we understand that. But that's not going to limit the ideas of diarrhea spewing from the mouth when we're trying to come up with content,
Well, no, I always make the joke. I said, you have to forgive my constipation of the brain. It actually matches my diarrhea of the mouth. But in all fairness, too, there's always the final option as well, which is, hey, man, if you don't like it, trust us. As you have pointed out, there are websites that can point you towards the podcast or the groups that you really, really like that can help you figure out how you enter this place as well, too. Before we go any further, I want to remind people that you can find our friends here at critacademy.com, also on TikTok at Crit Academy, same on YouTube, same on Twitter, now known as X, Facebook, Instagram, and Patreon. Guys, Crit Academy at Patreon if you want to throw a little something their way, or get all that special little stuff that comes along with being a member of the Patreon. I do want to give you some time as we're kind of winding down here. We've only got about 5 minutes or so, but anything you want to push in regards to the content that you're creating. Look, we've had people on the show today who have just been literally come in and selling like a banshee in the, a will-o'-the-wisp. So you actually get an opportunity here. Tell people what it is you guys actually have on the market out there that they can enjoy, that they can purchase from you guys. You actually do create some really great stuff for people to get their hands on.
Oh, yeah. We've got everything that could scratch every itch when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons. But honestly, I'll make just whether you're looking for Dungeon Master tips or player tips, monster variants, encounter ideas, the Unearthed Tips and Tricks that we have as part of our DMs Guild run is one of the top sellers that everyone loves, because it gives you everything you need to just be better, no matter veteran or newbie. But if you're looking for something fresh, of all of our content, we have 30 plus pieces of content books that fill every form. Our Capes and Crooks and our Memorable Monsters are probably hands down our top sellers. Capes and Crooks, we took the 5E rule and made them superheroes. And that surprisingly was something that we put a lot of time and effort to for our own, and then put it out there, and it was surprisingly very successful. It takes the rules that you already know with some tweaks and allows you to reshape and become a hero or a villain in a very interesting world where that's new, right? So there's no laws or stuff that's governing any of that. So that's a very interesting world to run in. And then Memorable Monsters, every single monster to us in our story has always been not stat blocks. They're more than stat blocks, right? So they have personality traits. They have, ideals, bonds, and flaws. They have short-term, goals, long-term goals. All these are well-defined with beautiful artwork. But what's better is we provide different ways for the game master to use them. So it's not just a monster and NPC. It's here's the different ways they could help the players along, or could challenge the players, directly, or make a request of them. And that was one of the big ones that we really, really enjoyed. That was I think that was our first real big Kickstarter, and I was proud of it. The only other thing that I would talk about is the new thing that I'm working on right now is I'm combining my passion for problem solving as a continuous improvement engineer with my love for storytelling. And I've been working towards, I've actually finished the writing, and I'm working on defining the layout at the moment for what is known as Tink in the Quiet Moment, the first in a children's series called The Inheritance. It basically will follow Tink, a small, often overlooked little mole in a gentle, fantasy village, because, D&D. But who notices the things that feel wrong before they look wrong, or instead of rushing to solve a problem, he pauses and asks questions and helps others to see the small differences that matter in making the right choice. Each story, is going to be like a calm adventure that basically teaches kids how to slow down, think clearly, handle problems without panicking. And, each lessons are explained. They're not really explained, but they're shown. So children will be able to develop habits for good critical thinking and problem solving in a fantasy world. And I am just super excited for that one. So you can follow our newsletter to get some updates when that comes out, or our social media. So I'm super stoked.
Really, really lovely. It's actually pastoral problem solving, which is a really, really
Yeah.
lovely approach to it. I mean, and by the way, I mean this is a high compliment. It's the same sort of thing that Mr. Rogers practiced so effectively. The idea that sometimes, rather than everything being a giant crush of armies, sometimes it's just a quiet little entity looking around the world and figuring out how they can solve problems before they even start. Tink in the Quiet Moment. We can't wait. We're excited about that as well, too. Guys, go to critacademy.com. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Really appreciate you making the time.
I appreciate it.
And if we can, and at some point, I'd love to squeeze the whole gang of you guys in. But if you ever want to invite a trucking asshole onto your show, I would love to stop by. It sounds like a lot of fun people there. Andre and I are big gamers as well, too. Thank you, sir. You're welcome back.
I'm sure we can probably make that happen.
All right. Take care, my friend.
Thank you for having me, Jimmy.
You got it. I want to take a quick break. Come back, by the way. What a great show. We've gone from the Gray Man to D&D, and now we're headed towards Snoopy, Linus and Lucy, and the whole gang. Charlie Brown's Peanuts. Well, Sparky's World. We'll be right back after this message with two guys who have been here before, or at least one. Yeah. All right, this will be fun. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Oh, when you hear those horns, those tubas, all that jazz, that just means one thing, and that means that we're back on Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the house of Fastport.
Yeah, by the way, big thanks to our friends at Fastport who have been such a part of this adventure and will continue to be so. Like I said, we're not going anywhere quite just yet. It's just this incarnation is transmogrifying into something else. A lot of exciting stuff coming your way. And guys, don't forget to go back and check out We Should Write, as always, on all your favorite podcast platforms. Our next guest actually has been with us before, and I have a soft spot in my heart for anybody who is a playwright, but he's much more than that. That playwright, though, did write Axel Loris, a musical licensed by Concord Theatrical about a community in 2050 that has solved climate change but has a new energy crisis. Sean Mendelson is also a children's music development advocate, a music artist, a playwright, and the producer of the 6 most recent Peanuts soundtrack. And I don't even know where to begin, Sean, because you've got so much crazy, exciting news. We are less than a week removed from the passing of Vince Guaraldi. Welcome back to the show, and I'm going to let you just kind of dive in. You've got a lot of great stuff going on, including a nice piece of vinyl, do you not?
Yes, thank you for having me back, Jimmy. I appreciate you. I appreciate your Road Gang show here. The first thing that what you just mentioned is last Friday, February 6th, the most probably relevant thing to this conversation is it was marked the 50th anniversary of Vince Guaraldi's passing. Vince Guaraldi wrote all the Peanuts music for the 15 first Peanuts specials, as well as soundtracks for movies. And of course, famously made his mark with Cash or Fade to the Wind in 1962, which is where our father, Lee Mendelson, who produced all the Peanuts specials, discovered his music crossing the Golden Gate Bridge. And then we told the story my brother did last time we were on your show. But what was exciting is in honoring the 50th anniversary last Friday, we also were able to secure the rights to license the first, probably, I think it's, unless someone corrects me, it's the only video of Vince Guaraldi playing Linus and Lucy. And it's pretty exciting because it's high quality footage from 1964, before Charlie Brown Christmas even came out. And it highlights just how amazing he was as a performer, as a writer.
Was so charming, by the way. I was like, I couldn't stop smiling as I watched it. I was blown away by it. And I just was like, you must have been, the first time you ever saw this, you must have just been beaming. I can't even imagine. I can't imagine.
Let me tell you that story. Let me tell you that story. So there's 2, we call them the torchbearers, these gentlemen who are iconic jazz pianists. Their names are George Winston, who just passed away recently, and David Benoit. They're great jazz players who loved and grew up on Vince Guaraldi like so many of us did across the world. What happened was 3 years ago, Gershwin was trying to work, not Gershwin, George Winston. I might have misspoke. George Winston was trying to learn a new song that had never been published before, and there was this video that we were both turned on to at the same time by historian Derek Bang, who writes the Vince Guaraldi at the piano. And what happened is we saw this video from the U.S. Copyright Office 3 years ago, and it blew my mind. I grew up on this. My dad was friends with Vince Guaraldi, professionally related with him, and there's 2 takes of Linus and Lucy on this video by the National Education Television, which is like PBS in essence, back in 1964. And what's been really exciting is, you mentioned we've actually now up to 9 Peanuts soundtracks, believe it or not, that my brother and I have produced, is that we got up to 15,000 views on this video in the last few days. And the reason is this man's brought joy to so many people. And I've been interacting with the people that were watching this video. It's the first time you see how Vince actually played. He slams his hand. It's been described by his bassist, Seward McCain, who we're friends with. But he slams his hand into the white piano keys and goes and growls and rolls up to create that iconic B section of Linus and Lucy. So this has been a huge excitement thing for us because we're celebrating 75 years of Vince Guaraldi's music this year since he started his career. And I've been angling for this to come out for 3 years. So me and George Winston and Derek Bang were all flipping out over being able to see this. And now the whole world gets to see it. And it's just, we couldn't be more thrilled.
And the thing is too, is that, one of the marvelous things about the way technology functions now is that often, in the old days, and this from being in the music industry, stuff just gets recycled. Stuff is all, just would always get repackaged, put into a new release, and often get, people would collect the stuff, the collectors would, but there was often a sense of we've only got so far to go and now we're done. because of the way, despite some of the fears of some of the new technologies and despite some of those concerns, there is a way of suddenly recovering stuff. That stuff that is found that people thought was lost. We've developed restoration techniques, that people are always discovering new notes and new sources because we're better connected, that if somebody finds something from a previous residence or any of that kind of stuff. So we're not done. In the sense that the world that you guys are playing with, we're not sure we have seen the last of new material, quote unquote, old new material or new old material. I don't know how exactly you phrase that, but you get the idea, right? That we're constantly prospecting and mining to build a bigger and bigger picture of the totality of what it is these men created, right?
Well, and to that point, so the feeling I got when I saw this video 3 years ago, I was like, I literally, it's the same feeling I got when Jason and I were able to first hear these soundtracks that we've been putting out. People think they're reissues because they're 15 to 6-year-old music, but much like this tape with the U.S. Copyright Office, the soundtracks were sitting perfectly and well taken care of in these storage facilities. And so as a result, everything sounds like it was made yesterday, and people think they're reissues. But on to that point, we're releasing It's Arbor Day Charlie Brown, which is the 50th anniversary. Vince died, unfortunately, the day he recorded that for our father. He had recorded in San Francisco, went down to Menlo Park on, again, February 6th. Last Friday was the 50th, as I mentioned. And he had 2 sets planned that evening in Menlo Park, California. And after his first set, he died tragically at the age of 47. And it's kind of a morbid but also enthralling thing that we're able to hear him talking in the studio the day he died and recording one of my favorite pieces of music, which is called Rain, Rain, Go Away. It's not the children's music, but it's this ethereal, beautiful piece he recorded that day. And we're able to present that to the world March 20th, as well as the 60th anniversary of Charlie Brown All-Stars. And it bookends his Peanuts career, basically. After Charlie Brown Christmas, Charlie Brown All-Stars came out. And so we get to hear this on the same gatefold release on March 20th. We get to hear both. And then, I'm going on here, Jimmy, but I got to tell you, we're also excited. April 18th, right around Earth Day and Arbor Day, which is the following week, is our Record Store Day release of the same material. And you get to hear this 2 themes. There's a baseball theme because the shows are about baseball in 1966 and 1976, respectively. And you also get to hear that song, Rain, Rain, Go Away, which to me, for my money, is the most beautiful piece of music Vince ever wrote.
And like I said, it's so incredibly, like I said, the idea that, and I go back to the video just for a second, but I was thinking about this the other day. I walked in to a party just a couple of months ago at Christmas, and a cousin of mine who passed away way too early, he was 16 years old, his sister had a son that she named after him. And I walked into this party, and it was like seeing my long-lost cousin. There's something about my dad. I was telling Andre this morning. I was talking to some other people about it. My dad was actually on College Bowl, national television, so I get a chance on video to see him when he was actually 21 years old, and to watch my dad on video, which as an 83-year-old man having access, unless your parents are famous, you don't have access to that. The other thing is too, how bittersweet it is though to be able to see somebody that full of life and that kind of in the moment. And I keep going back to the technology stuff too here as well. The idea is it's not just recapturing something that, that's neat, we get to see them. This stuff has been restored to the point where we feel like we're encountering them for the first time. I mean, that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah, and the thing that when I'm looking through these comments, again, for me, I love connecting with these fans because I'm a fan of Vince Guaraldi as well. And I've recently taken great pride, taking great possession of my dad's legacy in a way that before he died, I wasn't necessarily on board with. And it's what you get is if you have an 8 or 10-year-old seeing a Charlie Brown Christmas for the first time today, or you had an 8 to 10-year-old seeing 1965, or the same thing with this video that's been unearthed and hasn't been seen in 60 years, you're introducing, I use the term gateway drug to jazz, you're introducing an entire new generation every 10 years or 15, whatever generations are accounted for, to this music. And for me, as a steward of this stuff with my brother Jason, we're able to really highlight the immense pleasure that Vince brought to everybody over these last 6 decades.
I do. By the way, I just want to kind of remind people that y'all's participation in this project, and this is just a kind of a side quest here to kind of talk about the idea. You guys actually started as kids. Your involvement in this has not been like lately coming to your father's legacy or anybody else's legacy. You guys were part of this early on in your lives. I mean, you guys were raised in this up close and personal, right?
Through the great power of nepotism, I have 3 siblings, and all 4 of us were voices on the Peanut shows. I have 2 older siblings who were voices in the 60s, the late 60s, and then my brother and I did voices in the 80s and 90s. My brother was Marcy and Peppermint Patty. I got to like the scraps because I was a pilgrim on the Mayflower ship. And my brother tells people when we do presentations now that he dies on the Mayflower ship, but the reality is I don't think Peanut's characters die. It just you never see me again. So the debate is still going on whether I made it to America or not on that show. But yeah, we grew up on it. You know, when you grow up around it, you don't think anything of it when you go into a recording studio and you do this stuff. But when you hit puberty, you're out. And then my brother came back into the fold after college and started working more closely with my dad on the shows and what have you, the documentaries that they made about Peanuts. But for me, it's been all about the music, and hearing the music separate from the show has been a revelation for me because it's a rediscovery of this man, and it's like a rebirth of we call it the Guaraldi Renaissance. And my whole goal is to make every season Guaraldi season. So I'm just riding this wave of vinyl and jazz enthusiasts and Peanuts music enthusiasts, and it's been, again, we need joy in this world, and I'm happy to be a part of that process.
Let me ask you a question too, because this goes back to a lot of people's brands. Part of the reason this is in many ways, and we'll kind of remove Charles Schulz from the equation here for a second, because that's got its own separate entity life, of course, the comic strip itself. But then we got to put him back in as part of this collaborative team that puts this together. This is one of those situations where the men who built this world and all the people who built this world, it has to be perfect, which means that it's situation. It's almost like a band playing that if, you know, it's almost like the cartoon version of the Beatles, because if one note of this is off, it doesn't have the kind of cultural resonance that it does, which means you've got all these estates whose brands have to be ferociously protected. And I think about Bill Watterson, who, of course, was the creator of Calvin and Hobbes, who was so terrified about not so much the merchandising of what he was doing, but the idea of his brand being poisoned by merchandising. You guys have kind of set the gold standard in regards to merchandise and brand integrity. How do you maintain that? And I think you know what I'm talking about.
I love that analogy about the band, because one of the things when I started researching that hit me like a ton of bricks was my dad, through his grace and his knowledge and his know-how and his business savvy as a producer of this Peanuts show since, you know, the Charlie Brown Christmas, and working on a documentary with Sparky, Charles Schulz, in 1964's documentary that never was released, is that he kept the band together to the last day of each of their dying breath. I hate to be that morbid again, but my dad worked creatively and closely with Schulz until he passed in between 2000 and 2002. I'm forgetting right now. I know he was in college. And then Bill Melendez passed a few years after that. And of course, Vince passed way too young in the 1976. But he kept that band together. And there's definitely grace and pride that I have, you know, in respect to the fact that they made over 50 Peanut specials together and successfully, and people love it. And it's not lost on me that how hard it must have been to keep that creative vision on track. And all these things we're releasing, these products we're releasing with great care. My brother and I take great care about every single detail to honor our father's legacy and how he worked in the same respect.
Yeah, because I just keep thinking about those animated special guys. And I want everybody to think about this. If the animation had been too slick or too simple, if the voices had been too sweet, and if the music had been anything else, none of this works.
Well, you know, the story, and my brother might have mentioned this last time,
crazy.
My dad thought he ruined Peanuts when he first brought it to the executives to show them the special, because they were saying, they were disparaging about the fact there was children's voices. And one of the main things is my dad convinced Sparky to make jazz be the soundtrack, because there had been jazz peppered in various forms to cartoons before that, but this was the first time it was pervasive in animation and really tapped into the pathos of how Charles Schulz wrote those characters, the sadness, the happiness. It wasn't pandering. And so they were all risks. But I think when you take those creative risks, sometimes they pay off big. And obviously now we're 60 years later, still talking about the timeless nature of the comics, 70 years, 75 years for the strip, but the timeless nature of the specials as well. And you're right, anything could have just tipped the balance one way or another, but they fit it together like a puzzle, and it's endearing as all can be,
Well, yeah, and the other thing is too, like I said, I mean, it's one of those things that even if you see what is coming out, even if you guys take a look at the way stuff is packaged, I mean, you guys have got to have a say about that as well too. Because I'm looking at the album covers, I'm looking at how it's all going to kind of come out, what's it all going to look like. What's crucial about this is that we never get, what I'm saying, we never get a new animation of it. It never changes, and I don't mean that it's a sterile form, because you explore other issues, things get introduced, that's all going on there. I mean, the association with NASA, which is remarkable, but it manages to maintain its basic, simple integrity. And so, I can't even imagine the pitches you guys sometimes get where you're like, man, that's a terrific idea. You should take that to somebody else. Because, I'm saying, where it's like, you must be like, that's a great idea. You got to understand that there's a certain parameter in which all of this exists. And it's not a matter of so far, no further. You've almost got to be creative inside of the frame rather than trying to expand it.
Well, what's been great is we had Craig Schultz, Charles Schultz's son, help us with the liner notes on You're a Good Sport, Charlie Brown last year we released, because his motocross inspired the show. We fit perfectly in the licensing parameters of Peanuts, so that everything we use goes through a rigorous, test. But the fun part, the innovative part for my brother and I, is we were able to make Easter egg shaped vinyl for it's the Easter Beagle Charlie Brown last year, which sold out immediately at Record Store last year. And then we made a heart shaped Valentine disc this year, an LP that people are loving. It's on the Billboard charts. Everything we do is on the top 10 jazz Billboard charts, and I think obviously Peanuts helps sell it, but we have to keep our reputation by making it a quality product that people want to listen to. And it's been lovely meeting all these, again, young people at these record stores and at the Schultz Museum, talking to them about which is their favorite album now that we're up to 9 soundtracks, starting with It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, and this one we're releasing that's really fun for Jason and I. We're big baseball fans, and as you may remember from Jason telling you last time, my dad did a documentary on Willie Mays about the best baseball player, and that's how he convinced Schultz to do one on Charlie Brown, the worst baseball player in the first place. And so we're releasing right around baseball season this glove-shaped LP for Record Store Day and a baseball label on a 10-inch. There's 2 LPs on top of each other, and we're very excited about the prospect of the first ever glove-shaped LP that people are going to be able to pick up on that record. And it's sustainably sourced. I'm a big climate activist, so all this stuff is made where it doesn't have make a big carbon footprint, 90% reduction from a normal LP. And so with Arbor Day, we're giving $1 to the Arbor Day Foundation so that it plants a tree in a place of need for every album sold on this front too. So we're doing lots of connections on the sustainability front too.
Yeah, and that's, I know, a big passion for you, but it's also a proof that a brand this big, that covers a lot of different areas and also involves a lot of, like, it's not the simplest thing to kind of maintain, is a great example that you can also be incredibly environmentally responsible and still be able to create high quality products that are accessible to a lot of people. This isn't, look, we're not talking about, this stuff isn't like Nichols, and it's not cheap, but it's not backbreaking either. This is available for everybody who has a passion and love for this or wants to expose children to this in a really positive way, right?
That's it. And the sustainability thing, we only started asking our manufacturers a couple of years ago about what was available. And this technology is only a few years old, some of it. It's called biovinyl and bioattributed, and they make it in Germany and domestically. We've used various manufacturers, and everybody's catching on to the fact that there's a fear that the fidelity will drop off, how it sounds won't be as good. But the reality is, all the press that we've got coverage for on this says, it sounds just as good, if not better, with this method where you're not damaging the planet as much and you're not using as much plastic. And that's just been a bonus for me we're working towards that goal as well.
I wanted to ask you, by the way, on a personal note, what are you working on next in terms of your own sort of passions? What do you, like I said, I know this takes up so much of your time and of course takes up your time in a really amazingly joyful way. It's passion unto itself. But what's Sean Mendelson working on right now? Any new plays, anything else going on?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that question, and you know, it's a weird intersection because I perform children's music. My artist name is Sean's Music Factory. I just released an album, my fifth children's album, which I've done over the last decade, last month. Again, inspired. You know, I played these albums for my dad when he was with us, and he would tell me, "Well, you can't hear the lyrics," or "Yeah, it's good." This is the guy. My dad wrote "Christmas Time Is Here," so I'm definitely living a massive shadow, and I accepted that many years ago. He wrote the lyrics, to be clear. Vince Guaraldi wrote the music. And so in hindsight, I really appreciate all of his help because I have been able to carve out. I have a musical called Axelorus that was performed in Texas at the high schools all over Texas as part of a competition, and it's a musical where we've solved climate change. It takes place 50 years in the future. We've solved it, and it was a way to get people in the audience to think about, what can we do as young people to help preserve our planet and take care of it and take care of one another in the process. So those are the things I'm working on. I have my children's music. I'm performing in Santa Cruz 3 shows in the summer, but I also can perform Christmas Time Is Here and the Great Pumpkin Waltz at these events. So I get to perform, things that my dad and Vince Guaraldi are associated with. So it's a nice intersection for me.
I will not do it for you because I will not hurt your ears. But my brothers and I, we have a family tradition. We watch 2 things that we watch religiously every Christmas, which is the Charlie Brown Christmas Special and The Godfather. And we have managed to take Nino Rota's theme and Vince Guaraldi's theme and actually make them into one thing. We do a seamless transition from the Charlie Brown Christmas theme into The Godfather. And if you think about it, it's really funny how we do it. We actually, I'm one of 32 cousins on my mom's side of the family. So there's about 15 of us who are within the same age range. And just as a joke, we'll all 15 of us assemble into a minor choir, and we will do both the Charlie Brown Christmas theme and then segue into Nino Rota's Godfather theme.
That's beautiful. That's so cool. What a cool idea. And you just tapped into a thing. It's community, man. Like family, larger communities. That's the thing that I've realized over this past year is what makes this so special, is that people can listen to his music, participate in his music together. I do sing-alongs. I was at Amoeba San Francisco doing a sing-along, forcing all the people in the audience to sing Christmas Time Is Here. And it's beautiful, I mean, it's fun.
It really is, and it lands, like I said, so many people carry this around, and I'm just going to give you my favorite moment from any of them. Is in the Great Pumpkin, and it's a lot of people's favorite moment. Lucy is such a turd, and can be such an insufferable, just awful. And yet there her brother is, freezing his butt off in the middle of that pumpkin patch, having been given one of the great disappointments of his life, heartbreaking, and not even realizing that the whole joy of being there was the fact that there was a little girl who adored him. And out there alone he lays in that cold, and Lucy gets out of bed, walks into that field, picks her brother up, brings him back home, and then covers him up and tucks him into bed. And it's a great moment, and it is great because of the humanity of it, but that music just hits the nail on the head. It's incredibly sentimental and heartbreaking without being sappy or maudlin. It's just one of the greatest moments.
You perfectly described it. It's a great moment in the show. I totally concur with that. And it is. It's supported by a song called "The Great Pumpkin Waltz" by Vince Guaraldi, which is actually there are young people playing this. They don't even necessarily have seen the show sometimes now, and it's all over social media where people are playing. Starting in October 1st, you hear "The Great Pumpkin Waltz" these last couple of years since we released the album, and it's almost as popular as Linus and Lucy during the month of October, which is a kind of an amazing feat. So I love that you're connecting the music with those scenes, and that's another reason we're releasing these, is to remind people that the music was such a beautiful landscape.
By the way, in case I didn't mention it, Sean is also the producer of the 6 most recent Peanut soundtracks, starting with 2022's "It's the Great Pumpkin," Charlie Brown. That's why I saved that moment for the end.
Believe it or not, we're up to 9. We're releasing this Charlie Brown All Stars and Arbor Day. That will be our
that's right
soundtrack.
Yeah, and by the way, beautiful.
We're churning these out. We've put out 9 in 3 years. Looking back, it's absolutely insane. We're doing 3 a year, and we're hoping to do more in the next couple of years.
And there's a special Arbor Day edition with green vinyl, guys. It looks neato mosquito. It is a great. As a matter of fact, there is a longtime truck driver who celebrates every holiday. I kid you not. And one of the holidays he celebrates is Arbor Day. Don't think for a minute that he won't be getting this from me. Sean, as always, I wish I could tell you you're welcome back anytime, but as you know, we're going to be sunsetting this show, starting something new. But I hope whatever new we start, you will drop in and say hi.
Well, I appreciate talking with you. Appreciate your show. Good luck with your new adventure, and all you truckers enjoy that Forest Green, March 20th. It's Forest Green to be exact. And I'm so glad that people are celebrating Arbor Day, because it does. This album for Record Store Day comes out the week before, so we're really excited about that connection as well.
Sean, where can they find you? Give them a website. Give them something where they can find out more about how wonderful you are.
Yeah, LeeMendelsonFilmProductions.com or MendelsonProductions.com. Either one of those, I believe, work. And then we have an Instagram account, which I should tell people to go to. So my niece runs her Instagram accounts expertly. So you can find Lee Mendelson Film Productions on Instagram and Facebook and all that stuff as well.
Thank you, brother. Happiest of days to you. Really appreciate you making time. Take care.
Take care.
Road Gang Radio comes to a conclusion today, but not yet for good. We'll be here until Friday, and then the following Friday as well. One more edition of Nemo Nation will be coming at you. You guys can still subscribe over at RadioNemo.com. We'll get something out to you guys. We'll work things out. We'll figure this all out together. We're not done. We're just finished here. But don't count us out just yet in regards to where we might turn up down the road. Master Dre, thank you so much, buddy. We got a little farewell from OIDA coming up here just in a minute.
Indeed, we do.
And we're going to drop those folks in there. Trucking with OIDA is still going to be a podcast, but it's going to take on a new form as well. Mm-hmm. So you might want to pay attention to what's coming up here next. Big thanks to all of our friends over there who, started off on this adventure with us. They were already, we didn't drag them along. They were planning to make a move as well, too. But big thanks to them, and they've got some things they're going to offer and say to us just in a little bit here. Tomorrow's show, by the way, Phone Master, is not a bad one. Not a bad one at all, my friends. On the 11th, on Wednesday the 11th, not only are we going to have Traffic Stop with Tat, we got Tech Talk coming up here. Got to talk to Robert at some point. Education Station, Jane Jazrawi is going to be joining us, and well, it's the last time Jane will be doing an education station with us. But looking forward to that conversation. Jimmy Armel is going to be talking about Not Lucky. Jimmy Armel is going to be talking about Not Lucky. He's going to be tagging great white sharks and the meaning of tagging great white sharks, mental health struggles and how to overcome them. He's a combat wounded U.S. Army Ranger, nonprofit founder, and offshore fishing captain based in Savannah, Georgia. He's got a great personal story to tell. Can't wait for you guys to check it out. And Peter Moore, traveler and cartoonist. He is an editor, writer, illustrator, animator, co-author, radio host, TV guest speaker, and editorial consultant, and journalism lecturer. Can I tell you something, guys, right now? This show kind of hurts, and the next one kind of hurts as well too. My wife is an extraordinarily talented, insightful human being in regards to what they've assembled here, and so much of what we're trying to do over the next week and a half is cram as many of these wonderful people as we had booked into here and front load them into this. Doing it for two reasons. One, to give you as much quality radio as we possibly can before we shuffle off this radio coil in this particular format. Also to maintain these contacts and these associations. It's a lot of publicists that Claire has befriended, some of which one or two actually came from Lindsay as well, too. I mean, that's an important kind of thing to remember here. And guys, we're going to be with you till the last dog dies, till the microphones give way. And no, Marshall, we're not selling the equipment. We're going to be using it for other things and figuring out some stuff. But it's a good question, though. We got to get out of here. We got a little bit of something coming up here. We'll talk at you tomorrow. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, confound those who confuse you. Don't forget, Road Gang Radio is going to continue to come at you as much as we possibly can until the final moment. Thank you, guys.
Until the final tuba blows.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Allen Lund Company is celebrating their 50th year. Thank you, drivers, for being a part of their story. Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I am Scott Thompson.
How are you doing, Scott?
I'm doing okay. This one's a bit bittersweet for us.
I was going to say, bittersweet is a good way to describe this.
Bittersweet, yeah.
Our final show on RadioNemo Network. But as you said, it's not a goodbye, a farewell of sorts. Where are we headed? We're not headed far.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. So the short version of this longer story, I suppose, is that, this is the final show on the RadioNemo network. We are not going anywhere, as you said. We're still going to be putting out content here. We just won't be on the RadioNemo network. And that is not because of any one particular reason. And I think we should say this and say it loudly, that we thank the RadioNemo team. We love the RadioNemo team. They are great. They have been great. This is more kind of a situational thing where we are going to be going out and kind of doing our own thing a bit more. I think, again, I'll say it again, and I know Ashley will probably say it too. The RadioNemo team, we love them. Mm-hmm. They've been great in every way for us, and we can name drop everybody there that we deal with on a daily basis, from Dave and Jimmy and Lindsay, the voices that you hear on the air, more often than the others. But there's Tara and Dre and Madison and Claire and others behind the scenes that are doing great work. So I think we should maybe just start there and say thank you to them for everything they are doing and have done.
Yeah, I think having the opportunity to be on like the same wavelength as Dave Nemo has truly been an honor. As I'm sure everyone listening knows, he is a name that dates back decades, and it's really like a pillar in trucking radio. So we've definitely been honored with that. Being able to be on here with him, and Jimmy and Lindsay, a treat to deal with.
Yep.
Jimmy, I mean, as everyone knows who listens to him, such a fun guy. He's been so fun to deal with. Lindsay, my goal in life is to hang out with Lindsay, try her queso, which she goes by the queso queen. If you hadn't heard, and watch the Cowboys win, hopefully.
Oh, that's right. She's a Cowboys fan.
She is a Cowboys fan. Yeah, I knew she was a good one, but then when I heard she was a Cowboys fan, I was like, she's the real
I won't hold it against her or you, I guess. But and they are going to continue doing what they do, which, again, is put out great content each and every day for everybody out there. And what they have built and what they are still building toward is really a phenomenal thing. You and I, Ashley, we know how difficult what they are doing is. Mm-hmm. It is very difficult, but you would never know it by listening to them on a daily basis because, again, they're putting out quality content. They're putting out important content for all of our truck driving friends out there. And they are I'm looking forward to seeing where their operation goes here in the coming months and years. So there you go. We'll thank them. And again, all praise goes to everybody there at RadioNemo for everything they're doing. We should also talk briefly here about kind of what we're doing as well. Mm-hmm. We alluded to it there a little bit, but we are going to be pivoting to a kind of a new format, a little bit different, similar but different. We're still going to have great conversations. We're still going to have information. That's the goal here. But it'll be a little bit different. So I would just say stay tuned to people out there who have been following us because we will have content coming very soon on all the podcast platforms and the OOIDA YouTube page and everywhere else that you have listened to us or can find us, we'll still be there very soon with some new stuff. So that's my tease there, I guess.
Yes. No, it's going to be exciting moving forward. One of the things we wanted to do for our last show was kind of take a look back from our first show, which feels like, I don't know, it feels like yesterday, but then it kind of feels like a long time ago.
It feels like a long time ago for me. It doesn't feel like yesterday for me. Yeah.
We sat down with Todd Spencer, and of course we've talked to Todd many a times about, whatever's going on in the industry. But this conversation was more of, who is Todd Spencer? And as many know, he's also been around for decades. And so we just wanted to sit down and kind of really get an idea of how he started and where he started, when OOIDA came into play. And I think one of the most interesting things from this conversation was, him talking about his first truck. I think we might have talked about our first vehicle. And so, that was a great chat with him.
Yeah, and I suppose that's a good place to start. This is coming off the heels of him going to a couple truck shows. You'll hear some mention of Matt's and another truck show there as well. So keep that in mind. But the conversation holds. It is Todd Spencer, and here he is talking and starting with his very first truck.
Going back a little bit.
Yeah. I'm going to say a Rough Rider, baby. It was a 1972 white, I think it was a white 4000 cab over. And, I said a Rough Rider. It had a Hendrickson spring suspension. And it was one of those kinds of trucks that the only way to really make the ride better would be put more weight on it. It was a heavy hauler truck.
Yeah, so, no bells and whistles on those.
What? When you say bells and whistles, I mean, it predates even bells and whistles. There was no power steering. Yeah. None of the creature comforts that are typical today. It had an AC in it, but it only worked in the shop.
That didn't do you much good.
Once you left the repair facility where you left a few $100s short, air conditioner quit. So after a while, I just wore out on that.
Do you I know a lot of people romanticize their first car, their first truck. Do you romanticize that? Do you miss that at all?
Not in the least. Not in the least, nor about the one that replaced it. Look, the equipment that we have to work with today is just so much nicer in every way imaginable. And I think, back in my early days, obviously, I was as tough as any trucker out there, and we all thought we were pretty tough. Mm-hmm. But heat and things like that stuff it'll take it out of you.
Yeah.
So, and the simplest things, if we're hot at night, well, you got to roll the window down. You roll the window down. In lots of areas of the country, the mosquitoes are going to eat you up. And,
just the rattling, right? I mean.
Well, yeah.
That too, right? It all takes a toll.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
So, and things like insulation in cabs and things like that, there just wasn't much of that.
Yeah, these kids today, they don't know how good they got it, right?
Well, look, it's still a challenging job.
Oh, for sure.
It's a hard job. You need to know what you're doing, and obviously, but being as comfortable as you can make it it's a pretty good investment in you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, different time for sure.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
Now, speaking of old trucks, you recently visited the American Truck Historical Society show. That was held in Madison, Wisconsin this year. Louis Pugh, the executive VP, he says it's one of his favorite shows. How do you enjoy this show?
Oh, I think it's a cool place. It's a good show to go to simply because you get to talk to lots of truckers that basically have pretty much seen and been through it all. And, have an appreciation for equipment. And the curious thing about it is, we'll all face challenges in our life, but these are folks that generally remember the positive things, and that's good. Those are the things that ought to stick with you. And some of the stuff that wasn't so nice, well, forget it, leave it in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that at the truck show. And again, if you like equipment, it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. Do any, I guess it kind of varies by year too, but is there a particular truck that you see at the American Truck Historical Society that makes you think, man, this one's really cool?
Well,
they're all cool.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
There are a lot of them. And for me, I think back to the things that, we would sort of fantasize about back then that probably didn't make like taking a B-61 Mac and putting a 1693 Cat in it. Well, you would have the toughest truck that was ever made. And when I say tough, it wouldn't be tough, but it wouldn't be all that practical in lots and lots of uses. So now I never had the kind of cash that I really wanted to spend on doing something like that.
Have you done, when you were out there every day, did you customize any of your trucks very much?
For me, I would certainly be willing to invest in the equipment, but everything I invested in the equipment in would be basically either making it more efficient or less likely to break down or things like that. The investments that actually have a return on investment.
Yeah.
That's going to be money well spent in most instances.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, we should mention you were honored at this year's event with the ATHS Golden Achievement Award, given to people involved in trucking for 50 or more consecutive years. Now, this can't be true. 50 years at your age, that doesn't, the numbers don't math there, do they?
Well,
it goes by fast.
There are a lot of numbers that don't map out real well. But having said that, basically, that's a recognition for having stuck around.
Yeah.
And when it comes to advocacy like OOIDA has done through all of these years. It really is an achievement because, when OOIDA was formed in 1973, it wasn't the only organization. There were like 250 others started at the same time, and there have been hundreds since then that have formed, and, by guys that well-meaning, that thought they had better ideas and better approaches and would be better at doing everything. And, after a while, if they do much of anything, they realize some of these things are really, really, there's a lot more to it than I thought.
Yeah.
And if we're actually going to be able to pull this off, we're going to have to be committed for a long time and make an investment, monetary and in time and resources and things like that. And it ain't easy. So, they're gone.
I hear you talking, and I think, OOIDA staying power obviously is a it's a big thing. It's important, and the association's done a lot of important things over the years. And I know, being someone that doesn't like to toot their own horn, you kind of deflected what Ashley asked you there. But I'm wondering, if you've had a chance over all these years to kind of sit back and reflect on everything that you've contributed to the industry, right? Because the association obviously has been instrumental in a number of things, but at the helm, we had Jim Johnston and you, and, between the two of you, you've done a lot of things. Have you had a chance to kind of sit back and think, this has been pretty cool. I've done some things.
Well, that's true. And of course, I should point out that among the most important things is perseverance. You got to stick with it. The message has got to be consistent. It's got to be truthful. And you have to recognize realities and be willing to work within those realities. And you know, for me as a trucker, way back in the 70s, I recognized the need for advocacy or professionalism on the part of truckers. This is a group of people that are basically generally underrepresented. And, you know, there needs to be more for them. OOIDA is an opportunity for them to, for all the, hell, hundreds of thousands. We've got a couple of million drivers, you know, basically to make a small investment in their own future. Because most of the things that we're doing on behalf of truckers, no one else is going to do.
Yeah.
So, and, you know, okay, well, we're not going to be able to get this done next week, but there will be a time when there will be an opportunity to get it done, but only if there are actually, that if people have bought in, that are basically recognize the need for positive changes to be made and to be able to invest in those.
Yeah, got to stick with it.
Take pride in what you're doing.
Yeah. He deflected again, Ashley.
We'll let it go this time.
All right, fine.
I do want to talk about the connection, with Dave Nemo back in March at the Mid-America Trucking Show. I know you sat down with Dave and Scott. I know you recorded that kind of just a chit chat of you guys. We didn't know then that we were going to have this partnership. Yeah. But you guys, go way back. Talk to me about the connection with Dave and, him being the voice of trucking radio.
Well, listen, I became, I won't say acquainted, but certainly aware of Dave Nemo when I was in the Army. And I was stationed at Fort Gordon, Georgia. And, in the Army, your hours can be kind of unpredictable. And I'd be listening to the radio at night, and I hear this program, and they're plugging the Oak Grove truck stop.
You thought, hey.
And I thought, I'll be darned.
Yeah.
I know where that is.
Yeah. It's not far from where you grew up, right?
Well, yeah. Actually, I grew up a quarter of a mile from that truck stop.
Yeah.
And I don't live but about 2 miles from it right now. So, but at any rate, he's plugging this, and I think, well, that's from right back at home. And then, I like the programming. I like the conversation. I started paying more attention, and he's on every night. And I thought, well, that's kind of like a voice from home. And if you listen to Dave, he has a following. He has an audience, and he's great with people. He identified well with drivers, and there's lots of similarities between drivers and veterans. And again, it's kind of like having a friend in the night.
Sure.
So. Well, no matter where you are.
And we were talking about staying power earlier, and you were talking about the importance of IDA sticking, grasping onto an issue and not letting go, right? And having that staying power over the past several decades. I mean, the same could be said of Nemo. He's not where he is now by accident, right? I mean, he's very good at what he does.
Sure.
And he, as you said, is a voice for, a lot of truckers out there.
Well, a friend in the night.
Yeah.
So,
and now a friend in the morning, and the day,
exactly. Yeah. Well, sure, whenever,
whenever.
And the other thing that's always interesting about trucking, and maybe more things now, but I mean, you can have friendships from all over. Friendships from all over. I mean, maybe folks that you see or hear from, maybe there's a year or two before it happens, but
that's a great
friends.
Well, Todd, we want to say thank you and congrats on the well-deserved honors, the least of which, of course, is being the first guest on Trucking with OOIDA. So thank you so much for your time and all your hard work over the years.
Okay. Well, glad to be part of this show and many more, hopefully.
Absolutely. Thank you.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling. But if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Our thanks again to Todd Spencer, OOIDA president. It is always a treat to get him in studio, especially just to kind of get stories from him, of what things have been like over the years in the trucking industry. And he's obviously one of the best to ask. So we appreciate his time for sure.
Yeah.
This is kind of sad. This is our farewell on these airwaves. But like we mentioned earlier in the show, we are not going anywhere. You can still find us, Trucking with OOIDA, YouTube, all the podcast platforms. We will still be there. And we appreciate everybody who has listened over the past few months, whether it was one show or you listen to all the shows. We very much appreciate it. I know there's a lot of content out there in the trucking world especially. And so we very much appreciate that you chose to listen here.
Yeah, well said. And again, check us out. If you haven't listened to our show very much, please do check us out, especially here in the next couple of weeks as we'll be putting that new stuff out. And bittersweet. I guess we can end this the way we started it by saying this is bittersweet.
It is.
And thanks to everybody for listening. As OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh always makes it a point to do, we thank you, truck drivers, for everything you do out there. And thanks to the RadioNemo team again for really supporting us throughout this endeavor, helping us kind of get our feet on the ground. It really has been a pleasure working with you all, and we know great things are ahead for all of you there at RadioNemo. So with that said, that's all I got. Thank you. Ashley, anything else?
Thank you. Thanks for keeping our country moving.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.